in YouTube. Thank you for joining us, whether you're here live or catching the VOD. We appreciate you. We are starting Disco Elysium. I believe it is day 11, game day 5. We've got a couple of things on the agenda. We would like to get the ice machine open. Hopefully that's thought enough. We'd like to find this Moralist leader on the armored ship. And we'd like to investigate a couple more things with the shot that killed the mercenary and try to figure out who did this murder. So that's what we're looking at today on Disco Elysium. Let's get started. Love that we are calling it the towel game because I can't remember the actual title. Killing Antidote. And I'm having them check if I can stream it on YouTube. They did mention there is a toggle to turn nudity off, so that's going to be the first step to streaming it on YouTube. But I still I got to make sure before I trust my streaming status to that. Uh, Oops, I accidentally just clicked into the spoiler mode. That's not good. All right, yes, we had just confronted the lady. I forget her name. And she had this pale emitter thing. That was quite the experience. Ruby. I was thinking red something. Of course it's Ruby. Joyce, you're thinking of Joyce Messier on the yacht. Return to the whirling after the whole instigator debacle. Someone there has something to answer to. I wonder if this is about Klaasje. I found Ruby. You missed some stuff. Yes, and we did end up letting Ruby go. Aren't we all just thinking about Joyce? Disco Elysia, what's up, Crunch? How you doing? Oh, I always forget I can use the map to fast travel. It's okay, a jog will do me good. And this is a powerful flashlight if I can see it like this in broad daylight.
Stop. Now, it is time.
For what?
Crisis. Death. You can feel it in your blue soul.
What am I supposed to do?
Be prepared. Make sure you have your pepper box in your hand. Your fingers reflexively reach for the Villiers 9mm pistol in your pocket.
I'm not sure I feel ready for what lies ahead.
Then you'd better get ready. Whatever happens, I've got your back.
That's an ominous warning.
Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm, the polished wooden handle almost fusing into your palm.
I think my hand recognizes it.
It reminds you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect, hoping you don't have to use it in vain. The sun was out in Jamrock. It was so long ago. This gun, Sunrise Parabellum, will be the only thing standing between you and the all-consuming nothingness that threatens to eat the world. Sheathe it and wait, Herald. It won't be long now.
I'm getting really concerning vibes from all this.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right?
Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
Kim, what's going on here?
Shh.
The lieutenant raises his left hand.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kypt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Peaceful.
Sounds like the armored figure is weeping.
Fuck, there's the third one. How did we miss something like this?
The lieutenant points to the helmeted figure.
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
What do we do?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
We're out of time. This is
The Mercenary Tribunal.
the big one is the mercenary at the gates.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
He nods.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
My heart rate is actually up for this. Stop, this is the police. Get between them.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
He licks his lips, waving his gun at the crowd. Losing his balance for a moment, he staggers backward.
I think he's calmed down a bit.
Pig fuck!
Is the only word you can make out. It doesn't sound calm. Easy now. No one needs to die here today.
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
She doesn't seem to understand the severity of the situation. With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the grip of your sidearm feels comforting and warm in your hand. Feels like it's saying, do it. No, wait. It's good you have that gun. It really is. Just soften him up first. Present an argument. Even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good idea to drag it out first. Get under his skin. Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have, then move down from that. Please.
So start with the first idea you have, then move down from that. So I've got a 97% chance, a 92% chance, and then a 3% chance. So, you know, I'm not sure my gun skills are going to be the move here. This looks scary. Welcome in, Rain. It is scary. Who is that? I didn't know you had a third guy.
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer, Owen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out.
The killer?
The gunner. The raddest. The killer.
He points to the figure clad entirely in ceramic plate.
What do you think he does?
He kills.
Smart loincloth. He fucks natives up. Soldier of the apocalypse style.
Easy. Easy now.
Listen, they didn't do it.
Yeah? Who did then?
Wait, I just need a little time to figure this out.
Time? You had time to fuck around in that church, to run errands for your Union chief. I saw you.
Time is up, loincloth. Give me a name. Now!
It was someone else, someone who's not here now.
How fucking convenient.
He gives you a drunken stare, then puts his hand on the gun. I'm not convinced it's not the guy with the rifle, but he was shot from a great distance. A sniper did it.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now, huh? How about the kid? Tell me, the magic fucking sniper, one more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead court marshal won't decide who.
All right, logic check. Let's go.
The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said, we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public place.
Listen, he was shot. He wasn't hanged. Listen to me.
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
He doesn't move the weapon.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
The hanging was only a cover-up. Listen.
Fucking liars.
He pulls the trigger. A plume of smoke erupts from the muzzle of his gun.
The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head, crashing a small pane of the glass window behind her.
I missed.
The man looks at his revolver and smiles.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now, or there will be another shot.
Okay, let's try our rhetoric check. 97%.
All right, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Cranell would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick.
Just a question. Who's in charge of your unit after the death of your colonel?
I am a Cranell Major with over 15 years of live combat experience. When my colonel gets hanged by clay monkeys, I lead the platoon on a retaliation strike.
So you are the highest ranking of the three of you?
Nah, I just have the biggest gun.
Hold on, what's the highest rank in Cranell?
King Reaper.
He says without irony. As the leader of this group, reconsider your actions. This does not need to end in bloodshed.
You're right. But you see, I want it to end in bloodshed.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. This did something.
Suggestion. Okay, talk about Hanged Man.
Of course, nothing bad will happen. Talk about his dead friend. He seems stable enough to take it.
How is that the second important check I've rolled a double one on? A critical failure. How? He doesn't seem stable at all.
Even better, it will further destabilize him, cost him time, and maybe even lives. This might be a very bad moment to come up with this, but he's courty, right?
Yes, go on. I don't want to do anything but say that thing down there.
The man he's mourning was called Elise Cortana. Courty could be short for Cortana. Could they be brothers? Ask him that. What could go wrong? It's a discovery. Yes, this will be good. It will calm him down and won't cost any lives. Lives that could have been otherwise spared. And if not, lives aren't that important anyway, including yours. There are billions of them being lived.
Hey, I don't mean to pry, but the hanged man, was he your brother?
Don't fucking talk to me about my brother, Loincloth.
He squeezes the words out from between clamped lips, his hand on the pistol.
Okay, yes. Immediate failure. Things are worse now. He's observing your every motion carefully.
Where is Klasia? She can explain this.
Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs, where is she?
She left!
What do you mean she left?
She left! Her room's cleaned out! Right before these assholes showed up!
I had a feeling.
We should have arrested her.
The lieutenant whispers, his eyes still on the armed mercenaries.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
She's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on this.
You're all drunk, look at yourselves.
Yes. So what?
Your judgment is impaired, you'll regret this.
Nah. I'm clear as day. Fucking government-ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
The outburst is accompanied by yellowish saliva around his mouth. Alright, the Wild Pines rep does not approve of this.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
Is Omega unhinged true? Wild Pines is not going to forgive you massacring a bunch of innocent people.
The man stares at you with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready to charge. He's not listening, but looking for an opening.
Okay, let me just say one thing.
Fucking waste this fuck!
Is this Skibidi, Ohio? This is very Ohio indeed. 17%. Hey, thank you for lurking. I hope you're well. Send it.
A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion.
Look through the smoke rising from the barrel.
The smoke drifts west with the wind. You hear the plaza erupt in violence, slow, like a waterfall in reverse.
Look at Courtenaire.
There is a hole in his cheek. Blood gushes out as he stumbles backward, eyes filled with rage and disbelief, gurgling, muttering something unintelligible. To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly. An Easter AR-FA-7, built for taking out light armored vehicles. It will devastate you.
Kim, where is Kim?
From the corner of your eye, you see the lieutenant raise his pistol and aim it at Rude. He's trying to find a straight line of sight before the rifleman can take you out. In the background, the leader staggers.
Blink, think.
You stare down the barrel of the gun. You see Rude's mask behind it. his eyes in the slit of the helmet, like a camera lens, focusing on you. Absolute destruction. Is there anything we could use to protect this frail body? That gun will tear us to pieces.
Okay. So I was able to put some points in it and bump it from 17 to 42%.
The shot rings and you stumble. Something violently tugs at your shoulder, pushing you backwards with incredible force. A volcano of burning pain erupts from your left shoulder. The pain flows over your entire body like an awful shock. A grim knowing rises from within. Half of your body must be gone.
God, please.
The lieutenant says quietly, without trembling. He aims, face pale.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot. Then, 2 shots ring, and you hear a scream. But you're too hurt to see who got hit.
Who screamed?
Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. Oh God, watch out. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through all the smoke and the panic. With blood gushing from his face, the man raises his pistol at you. Then he squeezes the trigger.
Look him in the eye.
The look of vengeance, framed in blood, lips shaking. This is the last thing he'll do on Earth. But he will do it. He is your end. Here it comes. Death.
You know what? There's something in me that says, let it happen and see what comes of it.
You simply blink, then something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark, a distant blur as you recede into it.
Listen through the darkness and the pain.
The Hardy Boys are screaming, fighting, dying. Someone jumps over you. Nearby gunfire shatters glass.
Stop! The cop! Protect the cop! He's down!
Try to open your eyes. What do I see?
You're bleeding out.
Nothing. Darkness, blurring lights of pain. Out of it, a silhouette emerges, crouching over you. A familiar voice filled with urgency and fear. The wolf is at the door, Kim. He will eat the sun.
Yes, keep talking. Stay awake. Look at me.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far
Howdy, Gold.
away,
Welcome in.
almost gone. When suddenly, you sense something behind him. A slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands. Scream immediately. He's gonna die. No, you scream. Behind you, from your bloody lips, your eyes are full of fear. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires, his body falling on yours in the course of the motion. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman is gone. So is Kim. Then the whole world.
Fall into total darkness.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
No, let me back into the fight.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep, and rotting, and being disinfected, and smelling of drugs, and feeling saliva in his mouth, drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call.
The engine of a caprice enema.
No, it was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see? He never stops. He only gets worse.
Life gets hard, but we go on. You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
Kim.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
The lieutenant says he's in the middle of a freshly cleaned room with the fan above his head like a halo. His face is covered in bruises. What did you say? Sunrise?
Sunrise, Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
Isn't that written on your...
My gun. It's engraved on it.
It served you well.
Is it war today?
The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say.
He looks out the window.
I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely.
Good.
Yes, we have also completely failed. But that's okay.
What happened?
What happened? You shot the major in the face. A firefight ensued.
Is he dead?
Yes.
A blood-stained killer.
I'm a killer.
You're an officer of the RCM.
He continues without waiting for a reply.
As retaliation, the rifleman shot you. He hit. With his carabine. I was looking for a clear line of sight. When I found it, I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
There's a pause.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name.
Eugene.
Yes, he's still alive too.
Nod.
You were bleeding out. You said something, I don't know what. And you warned me. I was able to disarm Officer De Paul before she got the jump on me.
Thank you.
I killed her. And that's what happened.
And they're all dead, all three of the contractors?
De Paul was the last to die. Everard had their bodies returned to Crenel for a funeral. The company is yet to retaliate.
Why?
Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe...
He breathes in the fumes, thinking.
Maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know.
How many casualties on the Union side, total?
4. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, and Angus. The fat one, he took a lot of bullets.
So you also killed.
He nods.
I thought you only smoked one a day.
This is the one.
Good time for it. And that's
All.
an absolute disaster.
Yes, officer. 7 people are dead. It's not a success. But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
Hey, cemetery chick, welcome in.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies. His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
Interesting that the text and voice line don't match there. Yeah, there's been a couple of times that that's happened. Odd Girls out. What's up, y'all? Long time no see. How's it going? Odd Girls out. We're just doing a little sort of chatting, a drink-making stream. They are a good time if you don't know the Odd Girls out. Always got something to say over there that's going to make you laugh. Maiko, thank you for those shout-outs. Y'all, if you don't know me, I'm Ad Noctem. I'm a variety streamer. Play a variety of games, usually first-time story-based single-player experiences. So today we're playing Disco Elysium. I feel like we're near the end. This has been a great game. But I also play action, horror, survival, RPG, Souls-like, a little bit of everything. Listen to all those follows going off. Leviathan Ray, Atari, thank you for the follow. Spot Dogs, welcome on in, y'all. OGO, I hope the rest of your stream was good. Hello, Roger. I know I had a good time over there. I kind of snuck away because I had to come over here and get this started up, but it's always good to hang out with y'all. Odd Girls Out, they've been friends of the channel for a long time. I know a lot of people here know them, but if you don't, please consider going over there. Check them out. They are a great time, whether they're gaming or chatting or whatever they're up to, honestly. Just top-tier humor over there. Thanks for the raid, y'all. Hey, thank you for the hydrate. Did you have any more awful drinks before you ended, or did you all get closed out? Beer going to get clean. Frank, thanks for coming over with the raid. I appreciate you. We had just a lot of stuff happen in this game right here. Closed our tab. Okay. Think we all need a medicinal smoke after what we've been through. Yeah, this game, man, we just had like our biggest, most pivotal kind of emotional scene in this entire game, but our two main characters survived, which tells me that maybe I could have done worse. I feel like there's a lot I didn't get to do in the game in my first playthrough. Like, I feel like I missed a lot of opportunities, but I also feel like I didn't do the worst I could have done. This is a good game for RPG lovers. If you like dialogue and world building and lore and politics and all that stuff, this game is really, really great. Yeah, it looks like Kim cleaned our room up for us while we were out.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
Oh, Gart did it. Girls, by the way, I hope you know the deal by now, but if y'all would like to hang, you are always welcome here, but you're not obligated. I know you just had a stream. I know that you got a lot going on. You may need to get off, clean up, rest, whatever you got to do. No worries about hanging out here, answering questions, anything like that, but always good to have you. Thank you so much for the raid. Love RPGs, but couldn't get into this even though it's rated as one of the best games ever. Still finished it, though. Well, good on you for finishing it. It is a beefy game. I don't know that I could finish this game if I didn't feel into it. But I'm glad you gave it a try, and not everything is going to hit everybody the same way. How long have I been out?
2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse, and drink water.
The piss jacket, Kim, you took it off?
Yes. The joke wasn't funny anymore. I took it off.
The close proximity of death must have made the lieutenant contemplate his life choices. He's done with the jacket.
Oh, thank you.
I feel like I owe it to the gamerverse to follow through to the end.
Thank you for the 200 bits. I really appreciate that. Yeah, honestly, I tried to get into this game once before there was voice acting, and some stuff happened, and I got distracted, and I never made it past a couple hours in. Now I'm playing it for the second time through, and I wasn't really super sold on it until maybe 10 to 12 hours in. I was kind of like, okay, this is cool. I was lukewarm on it. It really started to hit about 12 hours in, which is a lot to ask of somebody to play that amount of a game to get like hooked on it, but it's been totally worth it. So let's find out, how bad am I hurt?
Pretty bad, officer. You've suffered 2 wounds. The first is below your shoulder. The bullet passed through your shoulder blade, luckily missing your lung and heart. The second shot hit you in the thigh, the left quadriceps. No major arteries were nicked, but the bullet had to be removed. Bacterial infection was treated with mercurochrome.
Can I walk?
We will see.
If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone, you are going to have to become a psycho-locomotor.
I'm a psycho-locomotor.
Good. You'll need to be. Whatever that is.
Has anyone from my station been to see me?
No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky. Back to that shithole, he says.
Nate the Grape, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Isn't that strange?
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
Odd, you haven't seen any, have you?
I'm sure they're worried about you.
That means he hasn't seen them around while you were out. They're not really worried about you. If they were, wouldn't they be here?
Better not agitate yourself further, it already hurts.
Sorry.
If not my station, then who treated me?
I did.
I didn't know you could do that.
It's part of a detective's task chain. You can do it too.
Can you? You're pretty sure you can't.
Are you hurt?
Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me.
Okay, get up.
Easy now.
The lieutenant turns double again before your eyes, an orange hue of pain.
How are you?
I feel fantastic. Let's rock.
He nods.
What happens now, Kim?
I honestly don't know.
But I don't know either.
We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. And Joyce has left too.
Joyce is gone?
Yes, she left yesterday morning. To meet the board of Wild Pines, or that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Connell from sending in a death squad.
He looks out the window.
Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her end. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Clasia too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
Who did it then, Kim? Who killed the hanged man?
I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
There's still a 28% possibility the shot came from a distance.
We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
See? There's that. You can do ballistics.
Oh, so there's still more I can do? This is because I'm a la puta madre espion, isn't it?
Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not a decisive factor in this case.
That does make some sense.
There are all these old bunkers and weapon caches, Revolutionary era.
We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious.
Can't believe they're fucking useless.
No need to be melodramatic.
Something is creeping around out there. I sense it.
What is?
Something.
Something.
It does not sound like he's enthused about this something. The miracle hasn't happened yet. It's not over yet.
He does not know what to reply. Looks out of the window, then back at you.
You know what I think about solving crimes?
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Solving crimes is hard.
It really is very hard.
He sounds surprisingly weary.
The dialogue is so funny. I love the writing in this game.
That concussion must be making him dizzy.
You're not ready to give up, are you?
No. Are you ready to limp?
I'm ready.
Good. Where do you want to limp to?
A gust of wind blows in from the bay. The duraluminum box around you vibrates imperceptibly. A familiar cold, a red thread on the roof upstairs. Taut, plucked like a string by the gust.
We should check Clausia's room upstairs.
Why not?
He extinguishes the cigarette on the sole of his boot.
Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
Newly replaced glass shining in the morning light. You hear traffic outside, back in the world again. Hey, Brian, welcome in. The Stereo 8 player has been reunited with its right speaker. You see gleaming white enamel, no bottles inside. Look, the door is open. You can walk right into Kim's room. So this has been Kim's room the whole time. The alarm is set for 6:50 a.m. Melatonin overpowering, cannot disco. Have a good night, Roger. Medicinal supplies on the cupboard. Mercurochrome, a scalpel, antibiotics.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You make out notes on this and other recent cases.
I had Gart open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
Thank you for keeping this thing alive a little longer.
It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. Let's go.
Ouch, that leg hurts. Maybe if you don't run, it'll be okay. Alright, so I can't run everywhere. Looks like she's left something on the table.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift?
The lieutenant turns to the staircase suspiciously, looking for any signs of another presence in the shadows above. Seems she left in a hurry.
It's hardly surprising.
What could this gift be?
I am not drawing my gun. Yet. But I don't like gifts.
Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
A red thread made of nylon. It leads out of the room and onto the roof.
You see the same two neon-lit shapes. A man and a woman. Only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the lieutenant outside to the couple.
Purely circumstantial. Haven't been able to spend as much time in here for your recent streams, but really happy to be here tonight.
Oh, Brian, I appreciate that. Thank you for the 100 bits and the kind words, and we are glad to have you here. Thank you for hanging out with us. Sorry about the timing during dialogue. No worries. Hey, thank you for doing it at all. Appreciate it. Bing Bong, welcome in. Day 7 player. Yes. We made it to day 7. Brian, really appreciate you. Thank you.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez, B prime, B double prime, and B triple prime.
Where does the thread lead?
It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. B triple prime.
B triple prime?
The island in the bay.
Oh, yeah, that was the one that I couldn't figure out how to get to. Is she trying to tell us the shot came from the islet?
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
How did she know how to do this? One important question, what's my favorite skill, not thought cabinet? I want to say rhetoric has been the most useful for me if I had to pick a practical skill. Probably Shivers is my favorite for artistic purposes. Inland Empire has been pretty great. How did she know how to do this?
She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
Favorite overall skill then, not in terms of creativity or usefulness. I don't know. I feel like probably Shivers. Hey, Lupus. Hope you're doing well also, and have a lovely stream. Thank you. Yours is Half-Light after 7 playthroughs. I do not have a very high Half-Light at all, so I didn't really get to see that one proc much.
She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof, staring at the glass.
Stayed up too late last night, still adjusting to the new 5 a.m. wake-ups. Got to check out early tonight. No worries, Galaxy. Thank you for the raid. Thanks for hanging with us. If we don't catch you tomorrow, hope you have a wonderful trip and safe travels. Thank you, thank you. Have a good day at work. Get some good rest. Like it when Half-Life tells you to punch the kid because he said bad words at you.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
I just don't know.
Indeed. Neither do I.
This is also the only point of origin we haven't ruled out yet.
So it is.
For a second he seems tired.
Maybe we need to go to the island. Shivers, if you did one of the side quests, you'd see Shivers so differently. The wind blows in from the open window. The lieutenant sighs, looking into the cold distance across the water.
The lead is flimsy. You might as well go around Martinez, looking under every rock and talking to every person. But what else is there?
You agree Kim is best, bro? Yeah, definitely. We love Kim. What else is there?
Not a lot, no.
I'm going to the island. Are you in?
Of course. I'm in.
He takes a second to gather himself, then says...
How do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone.
See, I tried to talk to Joyce and see if she would take me to the island, but I never got the dialogue for it. So I don't know if I just didn't set something up to make it happen, but you would die for Kim kind of almost did. Lillian, the net picker, she's tarring her boat.
Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
I remember explicitly going to Joyce, trying to see if she could take me to the island, and her having no dialogue about it. I feel like this might be one that benefits from visual calculus. How's my thought cabinet doing, by the way? I still have 6.5 hours remaining on Wasteland of Reality. I would love to I would love to get sober before it's over. How can a bar be out of vermouth? Great question.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Skull.
Looks like Cindy the Skull finally found the words for her masterpiece.
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
I smell heavy fuel oil.
And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
What are you trying to imply, Fingers? Also, for friends on Twitch, we have an ad break coming up in about 40 seconds. This does keep pre-roll ads off for people to find the channel more easily, so I appreciate you all for putting up with that. I do apologize.
You could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there. You know, just to see what happens. See if it's flammable. It's better that way. Safer.
You know, we probably don't need our empty gun in our hand. Oh wait, maybe it's here.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various... A colorful display...
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
Give me Astra cigarettes.
Here you go, mister.
I guess I just smoke the cigarettes and then throw them. It'd be the first time I've consumed any kind of substance.
The graffito has been painted. This was Cindy the Skull.
Step back, Lieutenant.
The fuel oil catches fire immediately with an ominous hiss. A bright orange flash across the surface of the letters. Black smoke rises from the burning message.
Disco Elysium.
The lieutenant has taken a small step back. He looks at your face illuminated by the flames and nods silently. Then the fire falters. The flames warmed him too. Not at all in a bad way.
Let's go to that island.
Slowly, the flames subside, the fuel burning out. The air still smells of mazout and springtime.
Kim is learning.
Officer, what happened? You're wounded. Why are you wounded? You look terrible.
You're not limping. You're you. She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
Some people hurt me.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
I also got shot in the chest.
That's nothing to brag about, officer.
It's not serious. He'll be okay.
I have a question for you.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
We need to get to that island.
That won't be a problem. Its wind's still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
Can we borrow your boat?
If you promise to bring it back. And no scraping the hull. I just got it nice and yellow. And no drinking on the boat. And no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
Nod along attentively.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
Thank you. We'll use your skiff to get there then.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Godspinner, welcome in. Be seeing you. Just keep it light on the foreshadowing, though, please, if you don't mind. Love to see what's coming up next.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and
Joy,
you're off
thank
into
you.
the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
We're gonna get cozy, which means mobile. Okay, sounds good. Okay, I'm actually not ready yet because there was some other stuff that I wanted to do. Not to disappoint anybody who was waiting on the boat scene specifically, but there's other stuff I want to see if I can do before we end. To start with, is this ice machine going to be de-iced finally?
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand crank. You slip your fingers under the...
Didn't Soona give you a...
Equip the multi-tool.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand crank ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
I don't understand. It's been days. It's been days since I unplugged this machine. I was really hoping to help Soona so we could get the nightclub going in the church, and also we could contact that boat. I don't know. I'm really tempted to, I'm really tempted to save Scum this part. Pretty sure you can make Kim open it.
Yes?
Of course, we're doing this after we're in the worst condition of our lives.
This orange machine is dead still. Ice squeaks beneath your Kavalzun multi-tool, but your fingers slip away from the tool. The lid shutters tightly as before, and it's already unplugged. There's not much else to do other than wait for it to defrost or bulk up and get stronger.
Doesn't seem like it.
Yes?
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it.
What is my physical instrument? Oh, yeah, that's not good. Misremembered then, Kim can open quite a few things. I don't want to necessarily move on from this point until I know I've tried all this stuff. Yeah, no worries, cemetery chick. Take a break from it. Nothing wrong with that. You'll get the hang of it. So, I know that I've got something that's lowering my physical instrument. The scarf. No, wide channel redeems aren't working. Yeah, I know that can be frustrating. I'm sure you'll get it figured out.
This orange machine is dead still.
Okay, I have a 17% chance now. I don't love to save scum, but I want to see a lot of what happens, so we're going to do this real quick.
Is dead. Ice groans and howls under the strain of your giant Kavalzund multi-tool until the lid cracks open. Darkness lies inside, but you can faintly make out an object, intricate and foreign, left there for a sub-zero beauty sleep, a filament memory with the words "off-site copy" written on its side.
Take the filament memory.
You gently lift the cube from its frosty bedding, careful not to damage it.
We should take it back to Miss Lukanen killed as soon as possible. I'm not sure how well unused filaments tolerate room temperatures.
Yes, but aren't you curious to know what's on the precious filament? There's a radio computer upstairs.
I think I'm good. All right, let's bring this back to Soona. Cold wind blows in from the broken gallery, makes your skin crawl.
Yes, what is it?
I got it. I did get it. About the offsite copy you asked me to
Yes?
bring. I brought you the filament.
Thanks. Looks like it's the one.
Nice, thank you. What's going to happen now?
Now I'm going to print it out to see what's left of it.
She's already inserted the filament into the radio computer's core, ready to close the door.
Wait, no. That's dangerous.
Wait,
She shouldn't do it.
Don't put it in yet. It might be dangerous. I do the dancing yet? I have not done dancing.
No, it's not dangerous. Just depressing.
How do you know?
I have a theory. Lintel was able to divine the anomaly's location from this broken copy. I want to repeat their calculation, only this time with better equipment. Watch. What an intricate display of failure.
The paper starts filling out with ink, soaking it in a gleaming blackness. Not a single line of data stands out. It's the abyss staring back at you.
Something's very wrong with that filament memory.
Soona doesn't reply, her hands running over the printout. She's looking for something. For her morning star. Eyes scouring the millimeters.
Here. I found it.
Where?
Hold on.
She's behind the keyboard now, typing in some numbers that only she understands. The terminal beeps and the light inside starts pulsing like a glowing heart. Can I do anything?
Shh. Just give me a second. I'm almost...
She clocks up her typing speed.
I've never witnessed a programmer work before.
Done. I've got it. I found the location of the anomaly.
You did it? You found the coordinates?
I found the coordinates.
She lets out a celebratory laugh.
She's beaming. You can feel it in your heart.
Oh, well, glad you got it figured out, Cemetery Chick.
Great job.
So where is it? Where is your 2mm hole in the world?
There. In the swallow.
She points at the other end of the church where a group of water bowls forms a ritualistic arch.
Think you can help me again?
Sure.
I need you to go move those water bowls for me. I need to double-check my calculations.
What an interesting proposition. Truly a task for the intellectuals, solving the puzzle of water bowls.
Right, I'll go figure it out. I'm good at intellectual puzzles.
Figure it out? No. I don't need you to figure anything out. I've got a computer for that.
I have met the Crabman, yes.
Just walk over to the circle and follow my instructions. Move the third bowl 2 centimeters to the left, and the fourth bowl 5 centimeters to the right. This should do the trick.
What? She only wants you to follow instructions. Nothing intellectually stimulating. In this task, a child could do it.
Okay, well, let's just do it.
Thanks.
Great. After we've done this, we can finally get to the island.
The lieutenant says satisfied. Right, I'll let you work in peace now. I don't know which one is the
It's
third.
awfully silent again, as if someone... Measurements have been marked down around the bowls. Each chalk-drawn line representing a centimeter on the floor.
Move the third bowl from the left 2 centimeters away.
Moves like a ghost without creating a single trace of sound. This task is an insult to your mental skills.
Move the fourth bowl from the left 5 centimeters to the right.
Some water spills out of the bowl, wetting the floor. The lead programmer sends you an encouraging thumbs up from across the hall.
Yes, what is it?
I have moved the bowls. It was mind-numbingly easy. What next?
Great. Everything should be aligned now.
She stops biting into her chapped lip.
Miss Know-It-All is hesitating.
What's wrong?
Yeah. Nothing. Now the only thing left to do is to unmute the headphones. If we got the location right, we should then be able to hear whatever sound this anomaly makes.
Wait, why did you have your headphones on mute in the first place?
Honestly, I'm a little scared.
Isn't it just going to be silence and nothing else?
I don't know. That's what I'm scared of. I don't know. It could be anything. I mean, what sound does the nothing make? How can you even listen to something that doesn't exist?
She turns to face you, the mainframe throwing shadows on her chin.
What if silence is only what surrounds it, but the swallow itself is...
You're right, we should be cautious. We don't know what we're dealing with here.
Maybe. Maybe I'm just tired.
Let's think about this logically. Why would nothing be terrifying if it's, well, nothing?
Why assume that something that has no presence, existence, or qualities has to be terrifying?
Because it reminds us of death. And we humans tend to think that death is pretty scary.
It's scary, but we just have to face it.
Yeah. You're right. Let's do it.
She puts on her oversized headphones, ready to press unmute on the keyboard.
The lieutenant takes a step back. And then, nothing. Nothing happens. As Soona, Loken and Kilda presses unmute on her keyboard. Nothing but silence.
Say nothing.
She doesn't talk. Her eyes closed and brows knitted together in a state of deep focus. One hand cupping the headphone.
Well?
Damn it.
Well, at least the world seems to be still alright.
Yeah. Nothing happened. Let's move on.
Despite her fear, She was hoping for something extraordinary to take place.
What do you mean nothing happened? Did you find the swallow?
No,
She rests her face on her hands, massaging the forehead.
no. My hypothesis was wrong. According to this, I should have heard something, if I got the coordinates right. Like I said, silence is only what surrounds it. But this is just another failure. Silence sounds like silence. That's all it is. You can try on the headphones. See if you can hear anything. But don't get your hopes up.
Silence is silence? You're sure there's more to it? This can't be it. You should have a listen.
Great. And here I thought we were finally going to the island.
The lieutenant murmurs to himself.
But I am interested. You read from his face.
All right, 3% chance. Let's go.
All you hear is your own breathing, heavy and hoarse from all the nights spent drinking. It's the breath of an old man. But there's something else. There has to be. Something big. Something unexpected. Something new. Yet to be discovered. Ghosts. Speak to me.
Well, did you hear anything?
I'm not sure. There seems to be something there, but I couldn't really make it out.
Yeah. No, I don't think there's anything there.
Her voice is bitter with disappointment.
The lieutenant looks down at the floor, as if to say, you're wasting time here. Maybe the speed freaks can help you with this. Go talk with Andre.
Right? I'll let you work in peace now. All right. Sorry, Kim. We're going to go talk with Andre. I got a warning bubble earlier not to run on my leg, but nothing negative seems to be happening as I'm running around. Oh. I don't know why I thought that went there. I've become Harry? What do you mean by that? Forget which one is Andre.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
I was warned not to do this, so I did it anyway, and so far nothing bad happened. Gonna keep doing it. Commercial, hello. I hope you're doing well.
Hi, officer.
Hope you're feeling better. Logic. Logic. Makeover time approaches, it does.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Slept so long and I'm feeling a lot better. That's good to hear. Glad you got some rest in. All right, 72% chance. Let's go.
A number of things don't add up. Let's take a look. How about gather around, kids?
Okay, kids, now gather around.
The young speed freak puts down a busted capacitor and looks at you. The one with the large head seems very enthusiastic about whatever you have planned.
Got tummy butterflies. I know I've got a little bit of nerves.
Their would-be leader is less amused.
But it's excitement too. Oh yeah, for sure. I got bad news for you, Andre. Things don't add up.
What things?
He senses something is wrong.
Soona said you've been lying about your plans. Your answer was very unconvincing.
Fuck, man. It's difficult to get along with some people, but we're trying to make an effort. We are on a mission here.
This isn't the makings of a club. It's a tent full of laboratory equipment for manufacturing drugs.
I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but it's wrong. Look, we even have speakers.
He points at the speaker.
One speaker. They have one speaker.
Where is his friend? Did he lose his friend?
What do you mean, friend?
The other speaker, you have only one.
It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You wouldn't know the first thing about sound reproduction in anodic music. Other speaker.
This may be the brain damage talking, but you've definitely never heard of monodynamic or one-speaker systems.
You have no headphones. Wouldn't Estelle need her headphones to spin tape?
What do you know about spinning tape? Nothing.
The distilled water, cornerstone of a clean lab.
And of all cellular-based life, what's your point, Lawbringer?
There's no need for me to pile on anymore, is there?
No shit.
He sounds tired. In short, you tried to use a police detective to set up a drug lab.
That's... Come on, that's...
Against the law.
I meant to say, not true.
So what are we going to do with you?
What do you mean, do?
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop the act. It wouldn't take a lot of pushing. The optimal way to go about this would be indifference. It begins by you telling him you don't care about any of this.
I don't really care, I just wanted to crack the case. Do what you want, and I'll do what I want.
Really?
Really, I wanted to ask you about something else.
You wanted to just ask me about something else?
Or you can tell me the plan for the church really was.
He thinks for a moment, then opens his mouth, but closes it again. Then finally raises his hands.
Things are just way too hard for an entrepreneur in this city. It's not like we're not going to turn the church into the wickedest club in East Revershoal.
Because we are! We totally are!
We just got to turn it into a speed lab first.
You know, to get our foot in the door.
And why did you need me?
Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. A month ago, the place was empty, and now it's all spooked up.
They're not really spooky, are they?
No, man. They're spooky, all right. It's just that they would also probably call the police if we started cooking speed in there.
But the sign was way off, too. I couldn't feel the love at all.
So, what now?
This is it. Judgment time.
Let's do this clean. No speed lab, just a club for hypnotic music.
Yeah!
The young man's smile widens to inhuman proportions. His teeth beam in the floodlight.
I knew it.
The would-be leader drops his spiked head between his knees.
It's impossible now.
No, Andre, it's harder now. This hard cop has come to show us how much the fish is, and the fish is always so much more. We all know there was never going to be a club for hypnotic music with the Speed Lab. Now it has a fighting chance.
What's that about a fish?
There needs to be a club for hypnotic music in there. Needs to. Everyone hates each other. Everybody hates it here. It's all just drugs and we're slaves and I can't. We are running out of
Fucking
time.
love Egghead.
We need a win, Andre. I promise this will be a win. We won't cook speed in there. We'll do it clean. We'll do it true. We'll do it sober and real and beautiful. This will be a victory for the light.
This will be nothing. You can hear the ice crack underneath you. Outside, the last century waterfront development is crumbling in the wind. A grape-shot row of falling houses. And so is Rue de Saint-Jérôme and all the houses on Main Road. The old cinema is sinking underneath Villa La Bosse.
Right, let's call this incident crime prevention, but I have my eye on you.
Okay, we'll try to do it without the drugs.
He raises his head from between his knees.
We'll do a straight club up in there, spinning the maddest reels, and nothing but, I swear to God. Okay, Egg?
From here on, it'll be straight all the way.
Goodbye, officer.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Yes? What's the deal?
I'm making progress in the church, but it's slow going. There's a hitch in Soona's research.
What kind of a hitch?
She's trying to catch an anomaly using a special microphone setup, but she can't hear the audio coming through her headphones.
An audio shortfall, you say? Guess what? We got speakers with massive low end. There's a good chance it can do it.
Not really so sure it's about the lack of bass, but I'll see what Soona thinks.
We've got some serious range on this baby. It'll blast her shoes off. Believe me. Goodbye, officer.
All right. I am fully logicked up right now. Let's get back to more usual clothes. It feels to me like I'm kind of dragging things out, but it's because there's things I'm still curious about in this playthrough.
Yes, what is it?
This game is so elaborate, it really is.
The swallow, you mean? Great. Thanks.
That's why they warn you before you get in the boat, right?
Still nothing. Soona isn't even looking at you this time.
What day is this? Day 7. Let you work in peace now.
Yes, what is it?
And I still never met Dolores Day.
Yes, what is it?
You're seeing a lot of stuff you were too impatient to do. I worry that a lot of this stuff is not feasible for me anymore.
I brought them here. Great.
Heading to bed, gonna lurk until I fall asleep. Have a great night. Have a good one, Brian. Thanks for hanging with us.
Somewhere.
Strange things.
There's this.
The pillar.
Maybe. I know. No.
She sounds mildly annoyed by this.
Great. Thanks.
Bark beetles? No, it looks intentional. Some long-forgotten style. Yeah, I'm afraid I'm gonna be locked out of this. What has become of the phasmid? We went back to check the traps one last time, and we found nothing. There was one strange incident where we thought we saw it for a second in a random house, but other than that, all roads have pointed to there being no phasmid.
Hi again. So, yes? What's the deal? What kind? An audio shortfall, you say? We've got some serious range on this baby. Goodbye, off.
Hello again.
What do I have for empathy? Nice one, sorry, bot.
Hello again.
The device is still warm from her touch and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. The girl looks at the device in your hands.
I'm sorry you have to sit here on the ice feeling miserable. At your age, or at any age in this weather, waiting for it to get dark.
She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup.
The people who built this world intended it to be better for you, but they failed. It is easier to live in their failure with this by your side. Tap on the tape recorder.
The wind howls. She remains silent. It's real. Tell her.
It is not a childish fantasy. It can be a real weapon against what's coming for you now.
What is?
The dark.
I know. I'll stick to it.
Something changes between you two. She looks at you differently now. As an equal. A fellow human being.
Hey, Scanlan, welcome in.
So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer?
Your associates tried to use me to set up a drug lab. I'm guessing you knew of this plan.
I did, and I'm sorry. For what it's worth, which isn't much.
Hope the game is going well. It is. I think we are just about done with it.
This is why I didn't go into the tent. Typical delinquency.
You don't get to choose your posse, they choose you. Mine are idiots, but they're mine. I tried to talk Andre out of it. I even tried not to lie to you.
Indeed, she merely tried to omit the truth instead.
Instead, you opted to omit the truth. It's the same thing.
I know, but I knew you'd see through their plan too. I'm not an idiot. I should have been able to control them, and I will in the future. I promise. May I ask, what did you tell them?
Do what you will with your dance club plans. Just no drug labs, please.
Thank you. I'll get them under wraps, I promise.
I got shot in the leg. Point at your limb.
Ouch. I did notice you limping, but I thought maybe it was your thing or something. When I was 16, I used to date this guy who had a limp, but it only showed when he was sober. So I guess it wasn't real or something. I don't know.
She shrugs, eyes glazed over.
Anyway, shot in the leg? I'm sorry. Man, that must suck.
You said eating me. There's nothing eating me.
Come on, I can tell. But, okay. Be a boyadero about it if you want to.
I guess there is something that's been making my life hell.
What is it?
I think it's the plight of the working class.
Oh. Really?
The golem of capital runs rampant, smashing creator and slave alike. I fear the process is irreversible.
Wow. Social justice really matters that much to you? That's commendable. It really had you shaken up there. Are you sure that's it, though?
No, that's probably not it, is it?
No. It sounds like you just got chick issues.
You could be right, but I don't know for certain.
Well, think about... Anyway, was there something else?
That's it for now. Okay, let's call the station about this puta madre stuff. I think I'm not going to be able to do this at this point. I'm really happy that I played this without any prior knowledge and had a playthrough that was organic, and I didn't get everything. It wasn't perfect, but I feel like I can be proud of what I did manage to get done.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Precinct 57, we've been attacked. I repeat, Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi and...
Something is wrong. Only static hisses through the speaker.
Hello?
No reply. Only the mindless drone of static crawling through the air.
It's been this way for a while now. My guess is the Union is listening in on our conversations. and jamming outward communications to protect themselves from Crenel. It only happens when someone mentions the attack. The rest is unaffected. Our best bet is to carry on like nothing happened. That is, if we don't want us cut off the grid completely.
Isn't that dangerous?
No more dangerous than stepping between 3 armed mercenaries and 8 Union men, I hope.
He glances over his shoulder.
I don't like it either, but that's the way it is. The street seems safe enough to me. If anything, taking out the mercs made things calmer. For now.
He flicks off the radio. Silence.
You can try calling again. Just don't mention the tribunal. And remember, they are listening in.
In the cabin, you see a
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
Jules, I've heard that some people think of me as a la puta madre spione. Do you think I'm corrupted?
10-4, sir. Well, there's been some talk, sir.
That's not something you want to hear from a 10-4. Some talk? What does it even mean there's been some talk? Do they think I'm corrupt or not?
I only meant that there's been some talk in the station, that's all. But there's always some talk in the station. You know how officers in Jamrock are. But then again, some of us truly are on the take. It's unfortunate. Over.
Happy to report that I have found my badge.
10-4, sir. Glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over. Roger that.
Alright, I guess that's everything. I guess it's time to most likely finish this and see what happens. This has been a great game. I'm glad that I gave this a chance. Oh wait, I don't need to talk to her. I need to get in the boat. Let's see what comes of the island.
The skiff floats on the... Once you get... Have you made all the necessary... Remember what the net...
I wish I could name my save. I just want a pre-ending save.
The skiff float. Once you get... Have you made... Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank.
Get in and ride to the island. Last stream of Disco Elysium, it's very possible. This could be the very end.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last
boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. There is very little wind here today. The ghost is standing still. You look at your arms, then the cliffs above you. Let's go.
Yeah, Scanlan, I hope you have a good time with this game. It's a really great game. Makeshift bridge. The bombs were powerful enough to break the foundation. The rusted chain trails off into the ocean.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
This leads to the depot in Land's End.
Ah, yes, so it seems.
What do you think it was used for?
For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
As a defensive measure, lock it off that side of the bay.
Lock it from whom?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
These stairs feel ancient. Soldiers' feet ran up them long ago. Thank you, Commercial. Tension, inflammable. That means flammable, actually. Some fuel has leaked out of the barrel. Black, viscous. Warm air from the inside of the building. It's warmer there than out here. Sparrow says, ICM, you see a star with little specks in it. No way to get up there, the stairs are gone. This was once an armament rest. Twin cannons were attached here, medium distance, large caliber. Careful, these stairs have collapsed. Books, mostly fantastique and historical fiction. Dishes stained with sauce and fire, a survivor's kitchen. You see candles planted on a broken rangefinder.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
Sift through them.
Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures, popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife, widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive? Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp, light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
What do I have for conceptualization?
Soft covers, serialized fantastique. Oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory. That is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Ouzia. It's not exactly like reading.
Look, Kim, a book. Left Wing. I have no comments. Do you?
Ouzia. Humanitarian sciences. Stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Revachol West anymore.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him.
Critical theory books. What do you think this means?
Whoever has lived here, they have some education and a certain set of interests.
Interesting.
A moth-bitten bedsheet keeps the wind out.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Where do these wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere?
What kind of generator is this?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout.
He points to the open fuel camp on the side of the dynamo.
The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
What does this mean, a generator here?
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
That is his idea of a joke.
I am. This generator proves the universe is material.
A small agony. Minuscule bones may have fractured, but it proves the point.
Ouch. Okay, so not only am I limping because I was shot in the leg, now I'm limping because I crushed my foot kicking a generator.
He nods approvingly. He even smiles.
I meant, why is it here?
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm. Bent metal, broken glass. Your path lies strewn with the broken forms of everyday objects. You are the destroyer, the bane of inanimate matter.
No, I'm just a disempowered individual trying to take my disempowerment out on everyday objects.
Look, there's a discarded milk carton on the floor. Why don't you destroy that, too?
No, I actually feel sorry for the things I've destroyed. I'm sorry, milk carton.
You're right. That's definitely not the behavior of a destroyer at all. That's just severe anger management problems and a disregard for property rights.
Generating some pain. This great blast door must weigh over 10 tons. Rust peels off of it.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
How do we open this?
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He looks at the door, then at its bigger brother, then at the lock.
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
You're right, we opened the big one. Do you see controls anywhere?
I think there's a console just southeast. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
What is this then?
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here.
Could this open the blast door?
Possibly. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radio diffusé. It sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer.
Push light interior.
Nothing happens.
Turn emergency open.
We need to restore power before using this, officer. The generator, it didn't look like there was fuel in it. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still has something in it.
He looks into the dim light to his right.
The boat engine.
Or we could get some from the boat engine.
But officer, then we would have to swim back to the mainland. Let's just look around, okay?
The consul stands by.
This hatch is jammed shut. A firing slit you can't see inside. Must have been a direct hit to take out such a huge chunk. The pain in your pelvis makes you wince, then you continue. Okay, yeah, so running around still seems to be bad. An old medicine cabinet newly stocked with druamine. A weathered artillery map showing coordinates in the Bay of Revachol.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
Inspect the mattress.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns.
A good place to hide. Cozy. Relatively safe from the rain.
Inspect the wall.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Look through the hole in the concrete.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation. A tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
On the left?
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
On the right.
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10. The doomed commercial area.
And between the two,
the box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop. Sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
if there was a time to say motherfucker, it's gotta be this time.
What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window?
Yes, there's an opening between 33A and 10. I can see to the roof.
I can see it. Through the scope of a rifle. The shooter would be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure. I think we have it. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
He pats you on the back, 3 small pats in a row.
Affirmative.
Why didn't we come here before?
Why? We don't go everywhere in a 1,000-meter radius of the crime scene. That's not procedure.
6 people are dead. We could have prevented it.
Don't beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk.
He looks north over the fortification, then adds.
The lieutenant pauses. Regret comes over him.
We will make up for it. Here. I feel it.
Could the shooter still be here?
Where?
On this island.
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says,
"We should move now."
See, I tried to come here, and that's the thing. I tried talking to Lillian. I tried talking to Joyce. I could not get any dialogue checks to get anybody to take me to this island. I wonder if I just discovered it too late or something. You feel eyes on your back. Someone's watching, but you can't say where. Sorry, y'all. There is another ad break coming up in a minute and a half on Twitch. If you are not subscribed, like I say, that keeps our pre-roll ads off for people first finding the
Old
stream.
cylindrical generator. What the lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
Hey, Love Glutton, welcome in. Pull the rope.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
All right.
A dim golden glow.
It's on.
Automatic. The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
No, you're all right, Love Glutton. No worries.
After you.
Before, outside, when we were walking across the sand, I felt someone watching me.
So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here.
What if we get into another fight?
Don't worry. I have a gun.
Takes out his sidearm, checks the barrel, then holsters it again. My gun is out of bullets, by the way.
Then it's extra good that mine is not.
I love Kim, so pragmatic. What's there? Point to the door.
I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
Can I turn the light on
A
still?
dim golden glow. The lighting in the room turns on with a sizzle. A dim ambient orange.
Well, I guess if we get into a fight, I can try to beat them with my large multi-tool. Walk slow, it might be dangerous. Small white flowers blossom all around you. Rubber dinghy, it's deflated, broken. You know what I'm gonna do, just in case there's anybody here watching that is not subscribed? I'm gonna take a quick restroom break. VOD watchers, just skip ahead about 2 minutes to see how this ends up. I would hate to do it during an ad break, and I can use the restroom break. So I'll be back in just a moment. I appreciate you all. Wait, did the clip still not work? I could have sworn I fixed it. I thought I fixed the shoutouts. This game doesn't want you to do anything but die. Oh, hello. Yeah, I guess it works if you put a name. No worries, though. All right, thank you all for hanging out. We are back from our ad break, and we are about to confront what could have been the sniper that killed the guy that kicked this whole thing off.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
Did you close the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
I fueled the generator, then used the console.
I should have burned that console down.
How did you know I was coming?
The boat engine. On the water.
Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
What make of rifle is that exactly?
It's a 3-Angong 446.
Southeast Samaran made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
He pats the rifle. The Sinyao commune?
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, white from the ball.
Sir, I need you to put down that gun so we can talk further. We're with the police.
The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
I am an enemy commander of rank. Put it down.
The words, I am an
Ooh,
enemy
critical
sound
roll on
cold
that
as
one.
iron from your lungs. The old man still hugs his gun.
And what rank would that be, dog?
Lieutenant W. Freighter.
A big wheel of the 4th Regiment of the Pederast Army. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
The old man lays the rifle down carelessly, then stares at it just lying there.
Like an amputated limb in the sand. He stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound. A strange sadness, like a song.
What did you say?
The future teaches you to be alone.
The present.
The present.
The present, to be afraid and cold.
The old man pulls back the hood of his plastic cape and looks up into the sky. It's blue-gray, the same color as the sea. Those words, the future teaches you.
Real music. It's La Revacholière, you shit-licking bougie dog. Chanson de soldat of the black and whites.
You need to address that remark.
I'm not a shit-licking bougie dog. I'm a half-dead police officer who's just doing his job.
The job of a bougie dog.
What is La Revacholière?
It is the anthem of the world revolution. One of 3. In Grad, they sang brave children, favorites of history. And in Sinyao, it was Some Samaran shit, I guess.
How does it go, this song?
How did it go?
He looks at his gun on the ground and shakes his head slowly.
Something about shooting rabbits. I don't know. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It's gone now.
Pick up the gun lying in the sand.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire.
Inspect it closer.
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangong, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
It's as he said, it's a Triangong, made in Sinyao.
Worn, personalized even. Looks like this weapon has seen a lot of use, hasn't it, sir?
No response from the old man. The plastic cape around his shoulders rustles in a small bout of wind.
This uses jacketed ammunition, 4.46.
Jacketed, military-grade ammunition. Stable in flight. Good for hitting something that's very, very far away.
He says mostly to the old man.
As he speaks, he stresses every word. He's liking this.
Stow the gun.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession in time.
Who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
His eyes turn to the reeds again, dead and dull.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the Army of the Revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the Commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
You've been on this island for 43 years?
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was on E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
Again, you've been hiding here for 43 years?
43 years and 10 months.
That's steadfast.
It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't.
You couldn't give up.
He nods, but he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
He looks across the water.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41.
Hoping to hold it together before the end, but you're dozing off. Oh, I hope you can be here for it, but there is no shame in checking the VOD on YouTube. If not, if you do fall asleep, thanks for being here and thanks for hanging out. Hey, Scanlan, glad you're enjoying Red Dead 2, but remember, be careful. Some people might not have played that game yet, so be careful about potentially spoiling games for other people.
Two police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects a series of burnt black letters splashed across the plaza mosaic. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smoldering. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting.
For what?
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl, child, revolution.
I come from there. I can assure you that is not what the people are planning.
I am not a fool. I know. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
You said you deserted your unit.
I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Lapse of faith?
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took.
For what?
For reaction to take hold.
Wasn't reaction, you were just afraid.
It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
It remains unclear what it is. He makes leaps he doesn't expect you to follow.
And this was when?
The lieutenant instinctively looks to his notebook, but does not take it out.
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Dark magic.
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower.
He gestures toward it.
Huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
He looks east.
A terrible shame, still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
You didn't go to the map room.
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened at the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
He looks at the sky. What was that?
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Seen what?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
What?
That the bourgeois are not human.
Say nothing, let him finish.
I had to. I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
The old man falls silent. His black eyes keep piercing your skin as he looks to some great distance behind you, shaking his head slowly, retreating from it. What is this place, this island?
It's not an island, Dwight. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
What was it used for?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
You mean the landing, retaking of Revachol?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
Coalition military.
Iblis.
Iblis.
The black-eyed angel.
Shaitan Ahura, the darkened one.
How have you survived all this time?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
What do you steal?
Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stew, too.
He does seem frail. Gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
TRCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
We have Druamine and other opioid-based painkillers. You must be in pain.
I have been running out of that stuff.
A light goes on in his eyes. He smacks his dry lips. This is a serious situation. You need to be looked over, and we can do it.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
How have you coped mentally?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of...
His eyes roll into his skull and back.
I don't even know what. Inferno?
You notice the lieutenant is about to say something.
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult, mentally, to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on, more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
He looks down at his shoes, his face parched from the sun and the wind. There's a wince of pain in there somewhere.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
How have you concealed yourself all these years?
It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped. and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead.
How did you get between here and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
He falls silent, his gaze fixed on the shacks huddled together across the water. Why don't you just walk there?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
The weapons cache under Sangui Lane 22B. In the basement. Have you been there?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
They were damaged beyond use.
I know.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
There's a small bunker under the Feld building. Have you stayed there?
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Killed themselves?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
Tell me another thing.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
You said this is your termless surrender.
You're with the RCM. The coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol. The so-called Lieutenant W. Freighter.
We're with the RCM. Let's leave it at that.
Let's. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste dans le Monde. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
Butkovitz, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. His hand shakes and he breaks into a coughing fit.
Rene, the royalist on the coast, said,
The Communards signed the Revacholian Instrument of Surrender.
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should have been burned alive. I answer to the Communist Party.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
If the party had surrendered, then it would not be the party.
That's insane.
You're insane. Radio shows, speed racing, sporting goods. None of it is real.
So you're a communist soldier from the communist army. Yeah, I feel like he's said that plenty of times, but it's a dialogue option, so we're gonna go with it.
No, I am not a soldier. I'm an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
Kim was so chill about that. But you said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
That means you're a trained communist, right?
He nods slowly. Then another tremor.
Say nothing. We already know I'm a moralist. We already established that. I have another serious question for you.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
What have you been using this gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay.
Can't believe your inexplicable feminism hasn't showed up.
This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while.
But what?
This is what you live for. This is the shit. The solution. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor Cornell?
The who now?
He leans in and cups his ear.
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
The corpse in ceramic armor hanging behind the whirling in rags. Did you shoot him?
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
The lieutenant takes a sudden step toward him.
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession.
I don't need your cooperation. I've got this.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun, not like your little musketeer pistols. I've seen you prance around with those, jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
Stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
I'm calling it. We have the murder weapon.
Good.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and draws a single line.
This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
The old man does not say more. He just glances into the reeds and then twitches once more.
Like a marionette on some invisible string. This pushed him, but not enough. Just a little more.
We've done the ballistics. The shot came from this island.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession.
The lieutenant softens his voice.
You've been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part. Just one thing remains unclear. The rifle does not seem to have a scope.
Yeah, I was thinking that. One thing, where's the scope? How did you make the shot without a scope? We have everything else.
Forget about your stupid fucking scope. I don't know where it is. Find it yourself. It's your problem now.
He lost it. He just doesn't know where it is. Forget it. Push on.
You said fascists? You're admitting you killed him.
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad.
He waves his hand. There's a twitch, then one more in his right eye.
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments. Anything.
Come on, what am I forgetting? My god, I've got nothing at all.
You see the lieutenant watch you try to stimulate thought processes by hitting yourself. I'm sorry, this didn't do anything. Usually hurting yourself does something for you.
Officer, a word?
Excuse us for a moment, Mr. Dross.
I think we may have this.
Do you think he did it?
From nothing to this in a day. This is good, Lieutenant Gefreiter. We just need a confession first, and then maybe a solid motive later.
Hey, Liz.
Adnoct Liz, adnoct type, adnoct Liz, adnoct type, adnoct Liz.
Liz, thank you so much for subscribing. Thanks for being part of the community for so long now. I hope you're doing well. It's really good to see you. Y'all, if you like somebody who also plays a lot of RPGs, definitely check out Liz. Streams a little later, or a little earlier in the day usually, but plays a good variety of stuff. Thank you, Commercial. I appreciate you grabbing that shout out for me. Tried to time that between the dialogue. Thank you. I appreciate it, but no worries. What can I put on him to get him to fess up?
He's a communard. The victim was a mercenary from Oranje. If everything else fails, get him talking politics. You could even tell him we already have a motive.
How do you think the questioning is going?
Good. We are doing very good. He wants to confess, I can see that. We just need to pile it on a little more. The more we have on him, the closer he is.
You hear that? He thinks you're this close.
I'm trying to get him to confess.
Yes, good going. That should be our first priority.
I'm slapping myself to get ideas.
I can see that, yes. I'm not judging.
Okay, let's do this.
Remember, he wants to tell us, but he doesn't want to help us. It needs to look like we already have everything.
There is palpable excitement in his tone. He likes him for this. A lot. But there's something more, too. He thinks the deserter has more than just this case in him. 44 years here.
You think he has more than this case?
Oh, yes. And he hasn't spoken to anybody in a long time. If we get him open, who knows what will pour out.
Minions of capital. What do you want?
One more time, Mr. Dross, the Colonel. We need to talk about you killing him.
Petty bourgeois law. This is all you care about, right? The only thing in the world for you types.
That's right. Pile it all on him now. 3 should do it. Maybe 4.
You did it because you're on the side of the Union, right? It was political.
The Debardeurs Union is a social democratic piss stain. And the fat bourgeois pig who keeps it.
Mr. Clare, what about him?
Never trust a social democrat. Social democrats are pederasts. And women. They're the real enemy.
You did it. You had the means and the motive. It's over.
Over? It was over when they shelled the coast and bodies ripped apart from the pressure. It was over then for all of us.
His eyes look right through you.
You fucks don't understand. The ordnance, the mist of blood, it's beyond belief their aggression when you attack their class interests.
I'm sorry for what happened, but we are not with the moral intern. We are Revacholian citizenry, like you.
You're the enemy! You're halberdiers of the market liberal regime!
He would really, really get riled up if you said,
We're 10 times more radical than you. We're radical centrist. We keep this place sane.
You call this sane? Every 20 seconds there's a gunshot. Kids shooting shit while they come and pick them. Fucking child molesters.
He almost chokes from his own voice.
the whole world is a locked mechanism for him. All of history, with only one shaft of light that shone in 44 years ago.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
He was a soldier too. He was a man.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
He breathes through flared nostrils.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
So you shot him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
You can almost see him squeeze a tear out of his eye. His fists begin to tremble from the anger.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling.
Hold your breath.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them. In phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth.
He begins to smile.
I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
Then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
The lieutenant asks after a second of silence.
Yes.
A single word is all he gives.
And you were looking at Dan, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The lieutenant takes out his notebook slowly, very slowly.
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
He shrugs, then smacks his lips.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Why were you looking at them that night?
I'm always looking.
He cocks his head to the side, then turns his eyes to the city. Another tremor passes his right side, lower in intensity. Actual law enforcement interview and interrogation techniques call for investigators to use minimizing language like hurt instead of murder or took instead of stole when trying to elicit a confession. Appreciate that they have stuff like that in this game. It's a nice touch. Lots of stuff like this in the game that's kind of cool. The game is beautifully written. It's one of the best I've ever played in that regard.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
You pull the trigger?
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
What specifically did you not like about what you saw the night of the murder?
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
So you were jealous?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore.
For him to stop reacting to stimuli, to be broken off from the world, cordoned into darkness.
And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
This man has seen past her, like you did. And now he longs to see her covered in blood. To punish her.
How long had you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
Yeah, this game really does not pull punches. What do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
This is the hidden buoy she told us about. You looked into it?
After she was gone.
He nods.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
This implies that he's thought about extorting her.
Moving on, did you continue watching her after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks, and a body hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook, on the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
And you could see her bruises through the scope of a rifle?
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
How did you get close enough to see the bruises, Mr. Dross?
I have my ways.
A cracked smile appears on his dried white lips. What ways? Tell me.
Not in this lifetime, Dwat.
He waves you off with a cough, his thoughts elsewhere.
On her. This one's gone. Make up somehow. Connect something else. Fast. You lost it.
No, it's cool. I've already got him. I don't need to be perfect.
No, it's not. Fix this now. Move on extra carefully. Be incredibly minute.
You wanted to punish her, so you killed him.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
He shakes his head and stares at the ashes.
While he stands here and rots.
Oh, here's my feminist agenda. I can just say men are insane. All right, we're going to try to keep him talking here. You saw through her, so did I.
You're delusional. There's nothing to see in the soul of the bourgeois woman. It's the same as the surface. Sick hedonism and desperation.
Okay, a little feminism as a treat. Men are insane.
The world is insane.
He raises his gaze. Something glimmers in there, then it's gone. So in conclusion, it wasn't about him, it was about her.
Her.
He repeats, staring at the ashes, then the reeds. There's a twitch in the corner of his eye.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she? I haven't seen her there for days.
I am not at liberty to say.
I know she's gone. Locked up, or on the run. She kept staring into the scope, you know. In the end, this last week, at the fort. Like she knew. Like she knew I was here. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Rivershell, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lucerne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft.
Look north.
On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving, for another, far south. Smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Streetlights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible, if she didn't squint her eyes. There, on a dilapidated jetty, in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a sea fort stick out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the Commune, then lost in the landing. He's there, doing what exactly, I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him. Special Consultant Heidelstam is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place. Where? His voice trails off as the 3 walk down the jetty. As the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification like a rotten tooth rising out of the water. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? You could get more out of him. He likes talking.
Been looking at anything else you haven't liked?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
More specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
How come?
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries.
He points inland.
Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Mr. Clare?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square. to spit on the working class.
Let him finish, do not interrupt.
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals, like those boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
He keeps shaking his head with sorrow for the sight he missed. That all?
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Quayamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children.
Say nothing.
That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead.
Now I have some questions about this.
We did good when we pushed him under the horse car. Until, in the 30s, those disco whores.
He breathes in, his breath heavy with hatred. You cannot make out a single word.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people. Might be worth investigating.
There was something about the statue on the roundabout and syphilis.
Syphilis is a disease Philip III contracted in a whorehouse. The statue is an abomination.
Abomination?
The bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on sparkling wine, cocainum, and monuments of himself. His son, Philip IV, the insane, contracted syphilis in the womb.
He breathes in with a wheeze of hatred.
That is technically possible, although Philippe III was not actually syphilitic. He was just mad.
And he still went on to govern Revachol for 25 years. We lost 2 million lives toppling that mode of government. And those grotesque statues too. Hundreds of them.
But it's still there.
What a keen remark. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why?
Because cynical advertising yuppies erected a deconstructed version of it.
That's right. Some advertising cockroaches erected a cynical deconstruction of it. We tore it down with honest working-class plastic explosives. And there it is again.
He shakes his head in disgust.
Art is a bourgeois establishment. It's an affront to humanity. Every gallery should be bulldozed, and the artists should all be given 30 years of hard labor in Yekokata.
Wait, it suddenly strikes you. Perhaps it was not as it seemed?
Actually, it was not deconstructed so much as captured in the moment of the explosion.
What are you talking about?
The ancient communard cocks his head. It's not a monument to Philippe III anymore. It's a monument to the monument of Philippe III exploding.
What is this madness?
A dim light comes on in his eyes.
The lieutenant, too, has cocked his head and is looking at you with a strange expression.
It's not madness. It's a monument to what you did, to your program of destatuing Revachol.
So you're saying it's a communist monument now?
Not only.
Yes, and furthermore, the Design Bureau people are probably left-wing too. They often are.
We did always have the prettiest posters. Maybe you're right. That is how dialectics work. But understand this, art is still a bourgeois institution. And they all should still be sent to Yekokata.
Typical far-left treachery, repressing your own people.
It is commonplace to relocate the workforce according to the needs of the land. All nations do it. It's called settlement. Browbeating from the bourgeois art fascist.
That's it for the statue then. Tell me, Mr. Dross.
The fat union man let them put it there. Corrupt as he is. Probably got a fat check for it too. Shared with the law.
I can't believe that we're coming up on more ads because I have been in this conversation since the last set of ads, but unfortunately, if you are on Twitch, we are coming up on our hourly ads. Disco Horrors?
Horrors.
Is all he says. Even that word has to be pushed through his teeth with great force. The rage seethes too hard. You mentioned the Union as social democratic, and Mr. Clare a farce of a social democrat.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the Union's top brass.
Who's a disappointment? Everett Clare?
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation. The smart one.
Advanced communist, the deserter? Yeah.
Edgar.
You mean Edgar, Everett's brother.
That mobster toad couldn't run a shithouse. He has no political education. His twin, Edgar Clare, that one's been to one of those East Revachol universities. He talks a big game about uprising and alienation and so on.
You've talked to Edgar?
First against the wall with him.
He stopped poking at the ash now, just shakes his head.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Of course. Maybe the Clears asked him to. Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him.
Have you approached them?
I haven't approached anyone. I hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains.
He points to the path leading to the tower.
Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
When was this?
20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clears came to power.
What did you talk about?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Mazov. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Mazov. Oh, and charity, too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
And he let you be here?
Let me be here? The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
Mr. Dross, did you kill the Cornell mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them, but he's insinuating something.
Ooh, I've got skill points. Let's, I have 5 skill points. Let's increase our logic some.
The connection comes to you like a splash of cold water. Dark, cold water.
This is going hard. 20 years ago when you met Edgar, the Clares didn't run the Union yet, did they? We got it. A sputter from the old man.
He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark bend.
Who did?
That bourgeois cow. Tiffin Holly was her name. Licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. Never seen a labor leader so hot on mutual cooperation. And money. She liked that too. That Holly was a real bridge builder and a deal maker.
His eyes glistened suddenly with hatred. She was also a woman, wasn't she? Like that Klausya.
She was. And she was real soft on those money men. Had a Barbara Muskova bag over her shoulder that she liked to bring to work.
And then she just disappeared.
Called in, they say. On the eve of battle. Ran away. Vanished like a piss stain.
He squints and smiles at the black logs.
No, that's not quite it, is it?
Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally. But that wasn't really her daughter, was it?
No, I guess it was not.
You could swear you see the embers glow again under his eyes on the dust. Edgar had someone make the call. Why is that, Mr. Dross?
She couldn't make the call herself.
Here it is. The bend in the river.
Why?
Because she was dead.
Just say nothing.
The cow caught a bullet in her right lung. Fell into the canal grasping her tit and drowned. Or bled. Hard to say. It was a sloppy job. And a moving target. She was going home. Waddling. Dressed in yellow. Drunk like she often was. The ruins are black around her, and she had a yellow leather bag under her arm. She tried to cross the canal, heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build those new bâtiments for the people who flourish in the hell around her, and the ruins.
It was you.
It was someone. Someone shot her.
He shrugs, his eyes grow cold suddenly.
Or maybe she just fell. I get these violent ideations. My memory is filled with holes, especially the 30s. All I know is nothing changed. Not in the material base, not in the hegemony. There was no uprising. Just words. The Union fizzled, sogged. Nothing came of it. Nothing.
Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal.
A sputter again, nothing more.
If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk.
The lieutenant says in a voice even calmer, as if it were nothing at all.
We would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war. You were on assignment. We could even extradite you to the Samaran People's Republic.
A degenerate worker state. Go shit. No, thank you. I'm Revacholian. My days are short. I will rot away here, in a moral intern cell. I will not testify to anything.
But you did do it.
I saw it happen, and I liked it. That's all I have to say. I didn't live and fight for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. I've heard it on Channel 8, 40 AM, Radio Revachol, late night. Everyone is a blobber in this world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal. The best ones, the ones with heart, were slaughtered, trampled.
He looks to the city. Also, I completed a secret task. What happened to the previous forewoman? Nice.
The same old freezing hatred. There is plenty here to work with once he's in custody, and the lieutenant knows it. He gives you a little nod to proceed.
You're gonna blog about this. By the cock parading in his colorful uniform, you mean Renee.
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A patank maniac race traitor.
Well, now, I thought one of this guy's big problems was that people were going around being racist, and now he's calling the fascist a race traitor. I'm going to be honest, that is so many charged ideologies in one sentence I never thought I would speak out loud, but here we are. Just nod.
I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him, personally. His make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one.
With his shaky finger, he points to the city, toward the crater near the plaza where a lonely pine tree stands.
Fat and plump, like a pheasant, just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross, shoot me.
You'd like to kill him?
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bomb melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later?
The lieutenant asks cheerfully.
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Renee. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel.
He lets out a wistful sigh.
Better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one. For him. Haven't seen him there lately. Must be down with arthritis. Old cunt.
Momentarily, he's worried for him. He reminds him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of another thing, but no. It's just the hatred.
I'm glad we talked about this now.
Glad? It's all gone.
He stares into the dust at his feet. Gray and dirty spring grass all around. Okay, let's throw in a chance for a 3% check. Why not?
For a 60-year-old man with stomach trouble, who spent his entire life alone on an uninhabited island, he seems surprisingly fit.
That's it?
He's prone to erratic hand gestures and clearly malnourished. But that's it. You can see no more by looking at his slouched frame. The moment passes, and you say,
Yosef Lilianovich Dross, you're under arrest for the murder of Ellis Courtenaire.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
Do you understand, sir?
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He looks at the reeds, eyes submerged in growing terror.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Okay, another 3% chance.
You thought you heard something, but it's just the reeds.
Maybe we could all fit in there.
First say, does it have room for 3?
Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here, but...
But then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
Who watches him there while I come back for you?
You come back for me? How about I go and send a boat back for you?
What is this farce? This is a fucking farce. I can't.
Lillian, you could ask her maybe.
We could all fit in the little boat?
Actually, no.
Maybe I can just ask that net picker to watch him.
This is no harmless old man.
The lieutenant shakes his head.
This fucking world. This world. What is this?
Below the confusion and rage, a fit of jamais vu like yours, the thought passes, more pressing matters take its place. You could come back for me once you've taken him to the precinct.
No, it would take a whole day on this island. You go and transport the prisoner. I'll be here. I can escort him to the pier with you.
No need to be polite, I'll do it.
This world? What are you talking about? Is this... us?
The wind is cold from the east. Your skin is crawling suddenly.
What?
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
Blink.
It's still there, an unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
What is that?
What are you talking about?
The giant stick insect.
There's nothing there.
He looks confused.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster to grab the gun.
There is. I see it.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Kim, can you see it?
I can see it.
Kim sees it.
4 simple words, thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
Lieutenant whispers, then takes a step towards the giant arthropod.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks.
This is the Insulindian phasmid.
It is.
The lieutenant whispers behind you. You hear the familiar ring of his jacket unzipping slowly, Painstakingly so.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open, extremely carefully. It's the camera.
Are you sure you won't scare it off?
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
He continues to pull the lens open.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear.
Oh, do we let him take the picture first, or do we approach it first? I had a really good chance to approach it. Let me do that. Stop. Let me approach it first.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
He stopped fiddling with the camera, but he does not put it down.
You see the phasmid turn to him. Its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
I have the pheromone. I can approach it.
I don't think the pheromone will do anything.
His whisper turns to a skeptical hiss, but he has stopped now. It's bringing love break its legs.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you. Its antennae taking their measure of the air. Slowly. Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
Hello, I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
Stand on your tiptoes and look more closely.
You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish.
Let your heels drop back onto solid ground.
The invertebrate stops, raising its scythe-like arms and tilting its tiny head, formed from the fused plates around its mouth. For a second, the effigy is frozen. Then it nudges back into motion with a click.
Inland Empire, 97%.
I exist.
I exist too.
Tell me what it's like for you.
Fire burning.
Fire? Where?
On the horizon, pale fire. This thing we're both sensing is coming to an end.
That is your problem. Nothing ever ends for me. There is only room for 2, maybe 3 pictures in my mind. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist.
So what if the next picture doesn't come? This creature is not the photographer, just the camera.
Intruded upon by what?
Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never burn.
I'm glad to be me, an incredibly sensitive instrument.
Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you, with all of creation reflected in your forebrain. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and rotting glass. Eternal damnation. Even when you're sleeping, and when you wake, you carry it around on your neck. with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you.
It was very disorienting at first, but I'm keeping my shit together.
That must be incredibly hard. The Arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you. And when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral, in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater.
In honor of your shit, Lieutenant Gefreitor, which you kept together in the face of total unrelenting terror, day after day, second by second. Detective, arriving on the scene.
I am a detective.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
The killer.
He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only quicken his deterioration.
Of all of the things I expected at this point in the game, this was not one of them. You're destroying him.
Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their heads. But he has looked at me for too long, and I am destroying him.
Is this a dream? What is happening?
No, you're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
Where does this come from? All this around us, the world.
Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily.
Then all we can do is beat our fists against it day after day with no answer.
You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
Wait, so
you look like a reed and you eat reeds.
Yes, they don't mind.
Too sensitive of a matter.
yes, of course, the 3 meters tall stick insect would be offended.
What exactly are you?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia, endemic to the Insulandian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys. No one unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Samanese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Rebelshaw, district of Martinez, March 51.
Are you the miracle?
No. You are the miracle.
It was you, coming from the west, from the whirling. You were coming.
How?
The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while you are extreme, all-engulfing madness. A volatile simian nervous system, ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
Wait, the Pale is human-made?
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
I don't have that kind of power.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
How?
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Worse how?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day, or just forget?
This is the gloaming I've been waiting for ever since I woke up in the hotel room.
So, it is already happening. One day, one of you will close your eyes and sign, and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Kim, am I having a violent epileptic seizure?
It doesn't look like that, no.
Best ending, I'm glad I got it. What does it look like?
You're just staring at it.
Then I think I'm having a vision about the final fate of mankind.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
No, I told you what it's about, our fate.
I think we should take the picture, and then you should back away from the unstudied species.
I have to say goodbye now. I have no more thoughts. That was all.
No, there is one more.
Of all the creatures I've met, you are the kindest.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you before you go. That woman. Turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. For all mankind.
What woman?
You cannot lie to me. Behind you, he smells of fires. So awfully far you were prepared to go in her presence. And it.
I will. Only Kim would see a giant semi-invisible stick bug and say, is it related to the case?
She was hell on earth. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Okay, Kim, take the picture.
Okay.
With a slow ring of metal, the lieutenant slides the lens open and raises it to eye level.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade
wow,
of a sword.
Look at that art.
The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant. Hypnotized by the flash, it stands frozen before you. The sweat on your arms feels cold as ice, as if you're frozen as well, in the shadow of this great statue of chitinous marble.
I got it.
You hear the lieutenant whisper as the creature's shape develops onto photo paper in his hands. A polychrome ghost of white streaks against the reeds and the sky, and you as a shadow before it.
Immortalized. For all time.
Slowly reach out and touch the creature's whisker.
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the chitin curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
Look at your finger.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
Okay, I'm gonna do it. Lick your finger.
It tastes like sugar, very faint. The anthropod towers above you, tufts of reeds pointing from limb and head alike.
Carefully pet its scythe-like forearm.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing. Warning.
Pull your hand away.
A sudden shiver passes the limb. Looks like the creature is awakening, wave by wave from its stupor. Some sort of countdown process is happening. That's all you have time to think.
We got it. Back off.
Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
Disengage slowly.
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
Goodbye, Phasmid. What a thing of beauty.
And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water.
It's gone.
The lieutenant looks north with his hand raised to his brow. It can walk on water?
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
What now?
What now?
The old man behind you repeats suddenly. He's put his hand into the ash. It's dirty and black.
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him. Also...
He points to the reeds. It's more like a pond skater than a stick bug. Yeah, I was kind of getting that impression. Did it? Kim has been shook.
It looks like the insect had some kind of nest there. Look. Maybe it has left some proof.
In the reeds, where the phasmid was hiding, you see a little flash of white. Porcelain white.
I don't see anything I can click on. Phasmid's gone. Check up on the deserter now. You think that was it? Interesting, because I got a helmet and I got a scope. And a passport. Oh, the helmet was the porcelain? Okay, cool. Save and reload, it's a weird random glitch. Got the things that... Okay, if the helmet was it, thank you. Appreciate y'all.
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Alazie.
Classius hidden documents. From the MT boy.
What was this doing in the Phasmid's nest?
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classius, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or...
The Phasmid took it, and I sensed it do so. I saw something open up the buoy with spindly legs.
Like a magpie? What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other objects, which would be highly unusual.
By now, the lieutenant has accepted your unusual methods.
I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island. And the scope. Maybe Mr. Dross lost it. But to seek this out would be very unusual behavior for an arthropod.
Would it? Maybe it was simply curious.
Perhaps it was curious, like an octopus.
An octopus belongs to a very different class. It's not even an insect, it's a mollusk. But yes, I see your point.
Look at the photo.
It's Clausia, with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish. Younger somehow. An old photo, before life came and did what it does.
Says Katarzyna Alazie.
She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer-Smith.
Katarzyna Alazie was supposed to be her real name. Where Clausia comes from, remember? God.
Hey, PC man, welcome in. Thank you for
Lurking only
resubscribing.
for a bit before I hit the sack.
Hey, no worries. Lurk away. I appreciate you stopping by. Thanks for supporting the channel and subscribing now for 4 months. I appreciate you. I hope your day went well.
I told you she kept lying to you. She's probably lying to someone else right now, in another city.
Katarzyna Lassier was supposed to be her real name. She lied to us. Prepping to leave on a trip tomorrow. I hope it goes well. Hey, Wheezy, welcome in. How you doing? Wheezy, what did you get up to today? Fallout 4, very nice. We know you like some Fallout 4. Wheezy, if you'd like, feel free to tell us a little bit about yourself, the games you play. We know you play a lot of Fallout 4, but some other stuff as well. And, yeah, anything you'd like to share. Raiders, welcome in. I'm Ad Noctum. I'm a variety streamer focused on single-player story-based content, so RPGs, action, horror, Souls-like, any sort of thing like that. Today we're playing Disco Elysium, and I believe we are just about at the very end. It's been a long journey. It's been 11 streams now of Disco Elysium, and wow, what a game. Highly recommend to RPG fans, fans of world building and lore and politics and interpersonal relationships. Very great. But Wheezy, thank you for the raid. Thanks for bringing your community over. If you'd like to hang with us, you're more than welcome. You're always welcome here and appreciated, but you're not obligated. If you got to get off Twitch, go do other things, go take care of stuff, rest, whatever. Thank you for bringing everybody over. We're going to say Katarzyna Lassier was supposed to be her real name. She lied to us. Disco Elysium, one of the best games ever. I've got to give it one of the best games I've played. Really needing to take your trash out, but really locked in. The trash will be there in a minute.
I was just doing a chill build in Ten Pines Bluff tonight. Been having like one brain cell that's only semi-functional today.
Oh, well, some chill building sounds like the thing for that. I hope it went well. I know you do some extensive builds. You know, if you like people who play Fallout, especially modded Fallout, especially settlement building in Fallout, definitely check out Wheezy. See if their stuff is to your liking. See if you want to give them a follow. Wheezy's a longtime friend of the channel.
Yes, somehow
Thank
she
you for
managed to lie to
resubscribing
us one more time.
for 22
In a way,
months.
she's still lying
That's
to us
huge.
right
Thank
now.
you. What's her real name then?
I don't know, but it's not Katarzyna Lassier or Classier or Anouk Meyer-Smith. We didn't even scratch the surface with her, detective.
Now, I knew when I let her go, there was a chance she was going to bail and we were going to miss on some stuff. I was worried about what would happen to her if we did arrest her and take her in, but if there was something I could go back and do differently, that might be one of them.
Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what hell she'd be raising in my district by now.
I mean, like, outside of the road can't risk missing ending stuff. Oh, that's what I mean. The trash will be there to take out in a minute. She did indeed bail, yes. Oh, Love Glutton, you must have missed the shootout. This is one, if you're really invested in the Disco Elysium story, this is one I'm going to recommend you check the VOD on.
The winds are silent. The streets are empty of her. She is no longer in the city of Revachol.
Put the passport away. VOD tomorrow. Yes, a lot happened. Do a lot mean a lot of settlement building. Probably 5,000 of the 9,960 hours you have in the game has probably just been building. I believe it.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Sir, how could you not see the phasmid? He stares at the reeds and falls silent.
Mr. Doras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking with fear and longing.
Touch his shoulder gently.
The plastic cape feels coarse. A light shiver passes the man. Other than that, no reaction. He feels small and frail.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, This solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dross?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What has happened to this man?
Old age and shock.
I think it's the phasmid.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke.
I talked to the phasmid. It said it's destroying him.
You should be more careful, detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you?
No way, I was only talking to it.
Are you sure? You were looking at it for a long time, almost as if you were hypnotized. Were you hypnotized?
Maybe. Anyway, it's only trying to remain unseen. The degradation is a side effect.
A valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be careful when approaching unknown species in the future, detective.
He's been here for a long time. Who knows how much of it in its company?
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him. Like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
No one would believe you without it.
We found some things in the phasmid's nest, Mr. Dross.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should...
Show him the detached scope.
I lost.
You lost it, Mr. Dross. Might eventually pick this game up and following it on Steam, you think? Yes, it often goes on really good sales, so I would keep an eye for that.
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie phasmid.
The lieutenant observes the lens sparkle in your hand.
This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being.
I'm going to let you rest now, Mr. Dross.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open.
Hang tight.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here, if we don't take too long.
Like games with really in-depth stories, but curious, do things in the game world change based on your actions in-game? So I've only played one playthrough. I can't comment on how much that happens, but so far I would say absolutely yes. The choices you make, the quests you take on, the skills you invest in, the thoughts you internalize, it all changes so much. A lot of people have said I made totally different choices than they made, and as a result, I've had just a completely different playthrough.
ICM? This feels familiar somehow.
Kim, what is the ICM?
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army. The Black and White Army of the Revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
Sounds like RCM, Revachol Citizens Militia.
It does.
Why?
The RCM may descend from the ICM.
May?
It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. It's going to be hard to say them. Carrying around all that weight on a busted crutch is making you pant.
ICM sounds like ICP, very close to the International Collaboration Police. Nice and normal that way.
That's just a coincidence, officer. The Comel was founded in 32.
A white star. Point to the star on the label.
No. An upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky. The symbol of the commune.
Are those Specs stars too?
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
St. Clown Posse, yes. Looks old. What's it still doing here?
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
Trying not to run too much, because I have a pretty severe wound in my leg. And I'm afraid if I do too much running, it's going to affect things.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Let's return to the mainland.
Let's. We are done here.
He says, adjusting his glasses as he looks out over the water.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet. 2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Leg wound, assuming that's the shootout result? Yes. Recently started a game of 7 Days to Die with some friends. Never played it before, but like how if you have an injured leg and you move around too vigorously, it increases the time before it heals. Yes, Commercial and I have, a while back now, done some co-op streams of 7 Days to Die. The man says in a measured tone. Suddenly, his expression changes and he tilts his head.
Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead.
Setting is so much like Brighton, coastal city in England with scars still from World War II. Good chunk of the game's development happened there. Interesting. Fell asleep before an entire shootout last time. Not last time, earlier today.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen.
No one else seems bothered by the bleeding.
Bothered by it? Harry, you look like you need a fucking organ transplant. Oh, fuck it. Let's not get into that.
Who are you people?
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstam. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean-Vic Quemar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
We might need your help with something later.
He adds, suddenly regaining his confidence.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
She says warmly, flashing the lieutenant the tiniest of smiles. What is this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets. Shit kid. What an interesting moniker.
Where have you been all this time? There was a mercenary tribunal.
God damn it, Harry.
He shifts his weight, crosses his arms, and looks you in the eye.
You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
Wait, so you let me face a squad of trained killers alone just to teach me a lesson?
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we?
I said all those things. I'm not like that anymore.
Sure. Talk on the town is you're the mouthpiece of the gloaming. Deranged apocalyptic rhetoric. Nothing has changed.
What's a shit kid?
You. Shit kid? That's you.
Despite all that you've done, the deserter, the phasmid, the case.
Despite all that I've done.
No, because of all that you've done.
How did you know I was here?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
I understand. Okay, Gart told you.
And people on the street helped us too, with your whereabouts.
You're a legend among the drunks, Harry. A legendary local drunk.
Have you been spying on me?
Yes, I was spying on you. I was in the bar, wearing away against stupid sunglasses. You didn't recognize me. Your own partner walked right past me.
A disguise, why?
I heard you lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true. And it is, Harry. You're totally insane now. Good job.
In the crowd, there was a man and a woman in RCM uniform. In his defense, we were in a hurry.
So Trent Heidelstrom turns out to be Special Consultant Trent Heidelstrom.
Yes, I'm Trant Heidelstrom. I never said I wasn't Trant Heidelstrom.
Wait, what was up with the kid then?
Mikhail? Mikhail's my son.
Oh yeah? What was up with all the interesting history spying on me?
No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail wanted to see Martinez. It was a coincidence.
Him being there with his son, it was not a coincidence. It's difficult to see, but he was worried about you. And also interested in the Feld building.
So what are you special consulting here?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s. Like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on.
You mentioned a task force.
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Yeah, totally, I get it. Major Crimes Unit.
He doesn't remember.
See? He really doesn't remember. It wasn't a sick joke. At least that's good.
Yeah, that's very good.
None of this is ringing any bells.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Isola, pal, and so on.
As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
It might have something to do with an anomaly in the church, a 2mm hole in the world. I'm gonna head out and grab some food. Might catch you before you end stream. If not, have a good rest of the stream. Thank you, Weezy. Thank you for the raid. Get some good food. We'll see you around.
Corresponding to the 20-centimeter hole in your brain. Sure. This theory has great symmetry. I see how it folds into itself neatly.
Precisely, Satellite Officer Vicmere. It's Martinez.
Take this seriously. I suspect there might be something wrong with Martinez.
Yes. Anomaly. Look, I get it. In your delirium, you came up with an anthroponetic explanation for why you're such an insane drunk. And I understand.
If you investigated further, you or Kim would have more to say. But you didn't, so here we are.
Ah, that's the result of not being able to do all the church checks.
I've been there. Perhaps it's not because he's a petulant teenager in a 40-year-old man's body. Perhaps it's Bale-related. Perhaps it's extra-physical. Or perhaps it can be cured with mesmerism. But then I think, no, that's unlikely. He's probably just an asshole. A drunk asshole who pretends to have amnesia to get out of shit.
But Detective Vicmere, he has blanked out before.
I have?
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
So you don't remember not remembering. Beautiful.
Super alcoholic detective, yep.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here.
He gestures towards the scenery.
Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world team, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input.
Yes, that theory sounds very sound.
Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
I'm ready to lead again.
No one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the body? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension?
What now?
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Really?
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
I drove it into the ocean when I was drunk.
Ah, so refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's payslip. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
I got my badge right here.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand.
Let it fall to the ground.
Patrol Officer Minnow picks it up and gives it back to you, slippery and cold.
He found it. It's his badge. I can confirm.
And your gun?
The man stares at you, unimpressed with the badge finding.
As if having your badge and gun are natural states, not achievements. What is it with all these material objects?
My gun is right here. Show him the Villiers 9mm.
He has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
I didn't lose my gun. I have my gun.
We're not talking about the fucking gun anymore. We're talking about the vaporized cloud of ethanol coming from your mouth.
This is so unfair. He knows you have the gun, and still he's punishing you.
I quit drinking forever. It's only me in this boring hellhole now.
I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then, huh?
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a week. I'm sorry I smell bad.
A bit of a week? You're drunk, and you let a suspect escape, a certain Clasier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the reports, Harry. Lieutenant Kitsuragis. We know.
Not taking her in was the right thing to do. She gave a vital clue that led us to the island.
Oh, well. If she was nice. I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, who also escaped. Yeah, Ruby something? Or the fact that you're Evra Claire's little peony now, doing I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 7 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Ruby is one you really don't want to arrest. I didn't arrest Ruby or Clausia.
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot, not once, but twice. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
Yeah, it was a massacre. We got wiped. Where the hell were you?
Don't make this harder for yourself.
He says in a lowered voice.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He brushes a stray strand of hair out of his eye and coughs.
He thinks of apologizing, but decides against it.
You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Geoffrey Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the apocalypse thing. At first I thought it was a joke, but it's not. He actually thinks the world is about to end, in a bloodletting or gloaming. We're about to become vapor, even. It's just strange, especially in light of his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a true blue moralist, a man of the center, not prone to political outbursts, which is commendable, but also at odds with his behavior. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I've seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him anything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped working on the case. He is tireless, madly driven. And he solved it, near perfectly. In 1 week we have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator. Locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a revolutionary brigade who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
Fuck yeah, Kim. Kim's a bro. We love Kim. We'd do anything for Kim.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
Kim is a saint for putting up with us, truly.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard. The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
Say nothing.
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
Detective?
Yes, I believe the pheromone it emits may be responsible for the killer's mental degradation.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
His tired eyes follow the photo as the lieutenant puts it away.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
So the phasmid was female, the reeds are its nest.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
He turns to you.
It's interesting time. Forget about the rest.
I think it reproduces by parthenogenesis.
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
Observation.
Interesting. Then it is especially vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the entire species. We're probably talking conservation efforts here.
He looks around, quickly assessing the coast. Twitch friends, I'm using my last snooze for the ads. So that gives us about 7.5 minutes until the ads come in. I'm trying to get this done so nobody who is not subscribed misses anything in the ending. It had gathered items in its nest, a helmet, a scope, and a passport.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
I still think it was female.
Of course, as I said, I'm only guessing. I didn't see it. It must be robust if it can move a whole helmet with its limbs.
It had mandibles that looked like hair, and it was completely white on the inside.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Without it...
He shakes his head.
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still. Quit while you're ahead? Or no?
The killer, Lilianovich Dros. We have a strong motive for him.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym.
A revolutionary matronym.
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead.
I didn't even think about that.
This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
He wasn't quite sure about the straggler before he heard this detail. It must have convinced him.
Was really not quite either of these, if I'm being honest. It was more about punishment than it was about jealousy. And he wasn't hoping to start a war. He believed that there had always been a war and that he was just in an act of furthering it. So I don't quite agree with either of these options. I think jealousy is closer. I agree it was more about the woman and wanting to punish her. So, yeah, act of jealousy, I guess.
Jealousy? I thought this Lilianovich was an old man. To have been hiding for 50 years. Like 70-something.
A strange psychosexual fixation. Aggravated, possibly, by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason. Said he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have a sniper's nest with full view of the room in which the mercenary died. Right on the island. And 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that. Way more.
I did all I could. Every second was a struggle.
I've never doubted you can pull yourself together and work. In bouts. Bouts don't last. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
The previous head of the Debardeurs Union was assassinated by our killer.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open. In Martinez, where Evrart and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere.
The lieutenant lowers his voice just a little.
And eyes, too. Your return from the island must not have gone unnoticed.
Understood, of course.
But a case against Everard would be big.
I would prefer not to partake in anything union-related, for political neutrality.
This has to be good stuff for him to backpedal out of it at first mention.
There was also a dead man on the boardwalk, a missing person I found.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
How did you know I found him?
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
I also looked into the mystery of the doomed commercial area.
I don't know what a doomed commercial area is.
Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10, a commercial building where all businesses go bankrupt. I looked into it.
Why? That's not what you were supposed to do here.
There was a possible witness in there, and it was close to the crime scene. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper. It was okay.
Of course. Call it community outreach, right?
Dodged the bullet there. For a moment, it seemed like you were just wasting time.
So what do you say? Want to take this hot shit back?
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude?
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
A quick nod.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
Wait, I have a few questions before we go about who I am.
The man looks westward, impatiently.
Who am I?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
What?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
But before?
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
It does explain a lot.
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
The correction of fallen sportswear I've amassed.
Some of your more old-school wording choices. Your posture, even. The constant stretches.
Looks like ads are going to be unavoidable, but I think I'll still be doing some of this background stuff when the ads are done. I'm going to try not to do anything too revelatory while they play. When was this? When was I a gym teacher?
In your 20s or late 20s. You've really let yourself go since then.
You said in Coron. I was a gym teacher there.
Yes, you taught gym in Coron. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
Bicep girth.
Coron is just east of Jamrock. It was a short walk every morning to the baseball field or the sports building.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Assel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
Why did I join the RCM then?
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries, and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope.
Okay, I see now.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
Why am I like this?
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Some chick. Who?
Dora something. Dora England. Yeah, you mentioned the name.
Not Dora Dubois.
So we weren't even married.
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
When was this?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago? She was way before my time.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it? What the hell is wrong with you?
6 years?
Yeah. Or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Engelund really tore you a new one. A big one.
Who was she?
Incredibly bangable.
Are you seriously using this moment to assert male privilege?
He is very passionate about this.
Okay, you're right. She was extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous. A gorgeous bourgeois woman. Way fish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin. Heartbreak Welkin. Pain Welkin.
The dialogue in this game sometimes is just, you don't get it anywhere else.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Look, the sun is about to go down. It's time to go.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
In other words, he's heard enough about this.
Okay, am I a dirty cop working for La Puta Madre?
No.
No, because a suspect seemed to think.
You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out of it. I told you it's not that bad.
Precinct 41, what kind of station is it?
Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just understaffed, and everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
He tilts his head northward.
Get back to it. We left Torson and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Did we recently shoot up a church by any chance?
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't the press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
What happened? Why did we need to go there?
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
He means it. The RCM and its enemies will not be discussed on this coast.
So I work in the bloody murder station.
Okay. It's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there. Hard. Every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershoal. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
The Phasmid, I need to tell Lena about this ASAP.
Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock.
A cryptozoologist. She lives in Jamrock on Tabernacle Road. She told me about this Phasmid.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
She is going to be over the moon.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi, what will you do now?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
About what?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol.
Pulls up his collar and looks around, the cold spring light reflected in the lenses of his glasses.
I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Distant traffic. A scrap of newspaper drifts by, carried by the wind.
Want to do that at Station 41?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering.
No, I meant investigate. Come work in Precinct 41.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit in. Am crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
Yes, come work with Kim. I need a sequel. Too bad that's not gonna happen. I need a sequel of Harry and Kim as buddy cops working together.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
The lieutenant turns very serious all of a sudden.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
Recruit Detective Kim Kitsuragi. I got an achievement. Harry Kim Voyager ended years ago. I am assuming that is either a character or probably a character. I know of Voyager. I've never seen it. How you doing, Quentin?
He's really considering it.
I'm ready.
Good.
She looks at you, then Vigmar.
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the afternoon sky, the great district hums. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, and chimney stacks. Fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41, to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes.
Oh, Raiders, welcome in. How's it going?
A square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come.
Homie, welcome in. Sorry, I've got the dialogue in my ear. I had to had to let that go down for a second before I could speak. Thank you for the raid. Looks like you were playing some Overwatch. I hope you had a great time. Homie, thank you for the raid. If you'd like to tell us a little bit about yourself, tell us about the games you play, the vibes you have, anything like that, please feel free to do so. Raiders, I'm Ed Noxum. I'm a variety streamer. I play a variety of games, usually single-player, story-based games, RPGs, survival horror, action, Souls-like, a little bit of everything. Today we're playing Disco Elysium, and I might be on, like, the final dialogue of the entire game. So it goes without saying there may be spoilers here for Disco Elysium if you haven't seen it and you want to. Thank you for the follows, Wheelie and Andy Nocti. You've got a name a lot like mine. Good to have you. Good to have you. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for bringing your community here. As always, I want you to know that while you're welcome to hang out with us, you're not obligated. If you need to go get off Twitch, go do other things, rest, relax, decompress, whatever. No worries about that whatsoever. You play Overwatch 2 once a week. Just finished Outlast 1 last week, Resident Evil 1 the week before, and Alien Isolation the week before that. Very cool. We are horror fans here ourselves, and we're definitely going to be playing more after TwitchCon. I might have one more stream before TwitchCon, and then when we get back from TwitchCon, it's going to be right into October, so we'll definitely be playing some more scary games in that time. Hope the games went well in Overwatch. Friends, I think I got a slash shout out for Homie. If you would like, go check out Homie. Maybe give her a follow, see if she's somebody you would like to catch in the future. Those were a lot of games that we enjoy on this channel that you may enjoy over there as well. And I know Homie is a real chill person and friend of the channel for a while. So thank you again for that raid. Thanks for bringing everybody over. Love Glutton, what was the question? What did who say? Should I tell them about what will happen during TwitchCon? Well, we finished our fundraiser for TwitchCon, so a bunch of stuff happened, but the one a lot of the community is excited about is I am getting an e-girl makeover at TwitchCon, so full wig, makeup, nails, all of that. My good friend Kamerkel is doing that, and we'll be posting that on YouTube, so kawaii, that is the goal. That'll be something to look forward to. I'll definitely post that for you all to enjoy. Looking forward to seeing friends and having a good time there. Now you can enjoy this without worrying about spoilers. Disco Elysium best ending on YouTube, worth a watch, not a real ending, don't worry. Okay, I'll definitely look it up. Hope I bump into you at TwitchCon in your full getup. Oh, you're gonna be there? Yes, definitely. Although I don't know if I'll be at the convention in the full getup. I think it's something we're gonna do after the con one day. But definitely feel free to hit me up on Discord or on the TwitchCon app or whatever. So maybe we can run into each other.
Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomny Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in the office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the RCM. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minot? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
I hope this game has a Fallout New Vegas style ending where it's like, and then this happened, and this faction that you favored went on to do this thing, and all that. Oh, I thought he was going in for a hug. No, he's being helped because he's limping because he was shot. Yeah, okay. That makes more sense than the hug thing. Oh, literal chills. You know how you get goosebumps when you listen to a really good piece of music? I get those kinds of goosebumps when I hit, like, the title screen of a really good game. I feel like the offer to help walking is as close to a hug as you're getting from that guy. Wow, that's got to be one of my favorite games I've played on the channel. Feels shook, not sure how they can make such art. A beautiful game. I have to recommend every... Like, if you love RPGs, even if you like reading books, this is a game that's very comparable to literature. And honestly, I feel like I'd have to play it. I'm not going to because I've got so many other games to play, but I feel like this is a game that needs to be replayed. Actually upset someone how much you've told them about this game and my playthrough. What, because they didn't want to know? Like, they didn't want spoilers? Or just they're tired of hearing about it? Oh, yes, bring in that wall of noise distortion, please. I love that. For streaming this. Games like this are rare. They so are. Thank you for being here, Crunch. It's not the easiest game to stream. I acknowledge that. I have seen that, you know, it's brought in more people on YouTube than it has on Twitch, which is interesting. But I've noticed maybe it's hard to follow if you're not here with it all the time, and it's not necessarily the most action and stuff going on screen. It's kind of like a story that we're all going through together. So I know it wasn't everybody's thing, and it wasn't the most stream-friendly game, but I'm really glad I got to play through it. Something most people interested in RPGs should play. Oh, absolutely. Rather like film noir. There are just so many great characters in this game, too. Like, as I'm going back and I'm reading over what we've done. If you have a child, they'll be... Did you mean to say Harry Dubious? Or Kim? We're getting the Kuno sequel. Yeah, I heard they're working on something, but it's not, like, I think it's like a mobile game or something. I heard the studio was basically gutted. and the original devs were screwed over. I don't remember the whole story, but it's not pleasant, and it's basically killed any chances for the sequels that they wanted to develop. Actual lightning in a bottle, yeah. I'm playing a sequel by the company that kicked out the original creators. That's such a tragedy, man. What they had, what they could have had in the future. They get super wealthy and restore the disconnected group. I almost feel like that is the We're All group in the game, but in real life. I'm afraid to skip anything. Like these credits are just going on and on, but I'm afraid to skip it and miss something. Music is great, though. It's really good. I'm just vibing. Post-credits Iron Man scene. Creators even said they're cool with people pirating the game because they don't see any money from it, apparently. I've heard that, and that's so sad. FOMO is strong with this one, yeah. At least they're still about and might work together again on something else. If they do, I will play it. Sif, how you doing? Good to see you. Just sucks because they spent so long with this world, right? And there's so much... I mean, there's so much in the world that they could do something else with. The actual part that you interface with barely scratches the surface of the world that they built. It was their personal tabletop RPG, you believe? I mean, think about what they could have done with just the Pale. You could make a whole game series about the Pale without the politics that were in the game, but then you wrap it in with the world building. They had so much room to develop this into more. And we make this not die forever. I don't know. I like to believe in some future. Kicking out the OG creators does not give a good impression exactly. The book set in this world by Robert Kurvitz is about and still in his name, so maybe he's not completely torn from the IP. I think I heard, is there not an official English translation for the book yet? Appreciate what we got, yeah. Sacred and Terrible Air has a full English translation. I'm gonna have to look into that then. This is a weird thing to compare it to, but this game kind of hits me the same way that Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines did. Like, lightning in a bottle, product of its time, one of a kind, legendary work of an era sort of feel. You know what I mean? Still haven't played it, but really need to. It's a truly great game. Right. Yeah, this one hits me the same way. I played the game before Bloodlines. I have not. I have heard of it. Mankind be vigilant. We loved you. Damn, and then the quiet of the title screen. Gonna lie, your super chaotic drug and drunk addled Harry playthrough seems like a bad idea now. You know, honestly, I have to believe that they made that every bit as fulfilling and profound playing it that way as playing it the way that I did. Well, what do we have left? Memories and impressions. I give this game, this is an S tier game. This is one of a kind RPG that made me feel things that pretty much no other RPG has, with a delivery that is completely unique and an identity all its own. And I feel like I say that having only scratched the surface of it now about 40 hours in. I feel like I might have a drastically different playthrough the first couple of times I replayed this, so I don't even think I'm fully qualified to speak on it, and I'm still blown away by it. So, if you watched me play Disco Elysium, and you want to play it yourself, go play it for yourself, because you'll probably see some very different things from what I saw. And like I've said before, it often goes on sale on the Steam sale for, like, $3.99 US. So, you know, don't feel bad about waiting for it to go on sale and pick it up. I highly recommend a playthrough of this. Great game, gonna be in my memory for a long time. It already is. I'll read something that sounds profound, and I'll think of it in the voice of one of the thoughts from Disco Elysium. Like, I'll be like, oh, that's such a volition statement right there. You know what I mean? It's already impacted the way that I see other things. So, you know, the mark of something truly impactful. I had a great time with it. So thanks for being here, everybody, and catching it. If you'd like to see the full playthrough, it is on YouTube. If you happened to come in, let's come over here. If you happen to come in on this when it was, you know, late into the playthrough and you want to see the full thing, it is on my YouTube, which is here. Some of it is on my old VOD channel, but if you go to my Ad Noctem Gaming channel, it's all in a playlist back to back, so you can watch the whole thing. And yeah, thanks for being here for it, whether you were here live with us or you caught the VOD. I do hope people continue to find this from the VOD, so if that's the case, thank you, VOD watchers, for making it all the way through the series. At this point, I do think we are going to go ahead and wrap up on YouTube. So YouTube, thank you for being here with us as always. I do have more videos. They'll probably be, if I don't get one out before TwitchCon, it'll be a few weeks, but I do have videos coming out. I've got reviews and breakdowns of indie games and demos and retro games, lots of stuff. Also, I stream on Twitch and on YouTube, so feel free to follow me on either platform, and that'll notify you when I go live on your platform of choice. So YouTube, thanks for being here with us. Until we catch you again, take care of yourself.